Hello, everybody, and welcome to the final day of the WARNO League group stage, everybody. As we're gonna have a look on Division 2 and 3 today a bit. And we have the game that I picked because of the map that we get on, with Penne versus TYS. And that one is pretty interesting because Surrounded, first pick, is not something that we usually see here. Like, this is maybe the most banned map by now. Izura was previously that, but we have seen a good bit of Izura now. I think once people got to know it, they know it's a pretty reliable map. Surrounded is not that. So, we have pretty standard divisions here, but yeah, how do you play this map? Alright, do you have it figured out at all, or do we have to see both
I
what happens?
I like it more than most people, I think. I think this map has kind of let people into multiple stages of misunderstanding it. The first stage being, oh, it's an infantry map. You just mass infantry in the middle and everything's going to be all right. And then the next stage was, oh, well, it is an armored map. You never go in the middle. You hold the corner position, you hold the corner of the plateau, and you mass up tanks. And both of these strategies do work here. I think the tank strategy, the armored fire support strategy, works better than just pure massing of infantry. But also, it leaves open, despite having so much to gain early on, the distances are not that big. So, forward deployment infantry can get a lot done. At least it seems like they can get a lot done. But meanwhile, the map is so easy to do flanking attacks with. The roads are in nice places. You have the covered up side roads on both the top and the bottom, where you can move around either with generally with recon vehicles or such, and doing a all in that bypasses the plateau and the town completely, and tries to just put especially like recon vehicles, but also even just tanks and ATGMs to cover your enemy's side of the not plateau, basically of the middle ring, so to speak, where Foxtrot and Golf and Bravo are. So there is it's not as simple as it immediately built up seems like, and a lot of people don't like the line of stuff in the middle. That is a matter of opinion. It is a little bit crowded, it's not and the line of sight tool is not perfectly reliable. So I think a lot of people just have a few negative experiences on this map. It doesn't play in the way a lot of the more standard maps do. So people just reflect their insecurity by banning this. But now we're seeing here the divisional matchup. Very basic NATO high-tech infantry mechanized, NATO low-tech infantry aggro, still mechanized, but less mechanized, with the second Panzer Grenadier. This is, I'd say, immediately that all things being equal, second Panzer is better here. But it's going to be up to Penne to successfully understand where to deploy and where to build up their engagements. The recon opener of the M150s and the American Scouts is not, even though there are Bradleys and Kiowa Warriors there and an LRS squad, the opener is just not powerful enough to fight against even the standard Fallschirmjägers. So Penne's investment into two M1 Abrams tanks already kind of speaks to me that they want to play this in the armored fashion, that all the units are going up north. They're probably gonna try to hang around Alpha, and if you gain Alpha, there are strategically positioned these forests, especially the one forest southeast of Alpha. If you can get there, that's a really big road. That's a tactical control that completely forces your enemy to deal with your stuff. And around Alpha, you have more open ground, so the Abramses can trade better there. Meanwhile, TYS TIS is doing a relatively conservative forward deployment opener, but all the tanks are going into the middle, and the tanks are not going to be they're not going to have stuff to fire at. So it could be that TYS, after spotting this attack, is just going to go all in and try to push into Charlie, which is possible, but also when leaving the plateau is really difficult. So
Oh, there we
generally over
go.
pushing.
Kiowa Warrior immediately starting with a kill on the looks. The air fuel goes into a tie. Both sides not losing their fighter. Both sides getting it damaged. And yeah, the MR 50s and so on. The recon deployment of 8 is a bit shitty. That's why not going for the center, not trying to contest the middle of the town makes perfect sense. And rather using the M1 Abrams, a tank that trades really well against Leo 1s and basically forces the Leo 2s out there to contest it out in the north. But the Tornado here gets the kill against the Kiowa Warrior. The Kiowa Warrior should have just disengaged there after being emptied. And Bradley here versus Lux, that should go well for the Bradley on paper. Okay, M1 Abrams makes it a sure thing. And yeah, the Tornado here coming in as Strafer now, but that's a big investment. Second Tornado here already. But the northern ground forces of TYS are just completely ruined. As you pointed out, Alpha, when you get control of it as the blue player, you gain a lot of power also over the reinforcement roads, kind of forcing the enemy to come all the way south through Echo for the rest of the game, or have a really consolidated push into Alpha again. And that is a good start. Issue is, do you lose the hill for it? And I feel like if TYS pushes it on the plateau right now, they could get the full plateau, and that is a death sentence as well for the other side's chances of getting back on there, and then becomes a really weird game here.
Yeah, fire teams have 2 machine guns and a decent AT weapon, the AT4, but it's still 6-man versus an 8-man squad with upvet. So the Fallschirmjägers can easily fight through this. TYS doing the correct option here, which is pressing the advantage, spotting those tanks, spotting those investments. And also now with the Tornado actually getting hit by a Stinger, which is pretty bad luck for TYS. But the standard way for Eighth to react to this, what's happening at the plateau, would be to order in some Cobras. The Cobras could maybe stop and at least immobilize the enemy attack. But right now,
Abrams running up the hill without recon, gets sideshotted by an M1A1 at M150 falls right behind it. Banner has to be careful there, can't set up the next Abrams there. Losing the first one already, a massive loss there. Has M60s now coming in for the middle. Question is TYS with the flank north now giving up too much control in the south? Tries to push in with the own Leo one, loses that one, so a bit over eager there in the response, and instead of going back south, going back into the center of the map and just taking full control there, they now get a bit hung up on the northern part as well. Will kill the Bradley there with a Harrier. Double Stinger shot. Does miss. So gets the Bradley, but it seems like Penne at least will be able to get back into the center, and then we have a pretty normal game here that starts to balance out around the front line coming up.
Yeah, the question is TYS going to overinvest into the middle fight with that and give Penne time to fortify the north and the south, Golf and Alpha? Those are like because basically Penne can at any point get back into Charlie. The Charlie area, to Charlie being the northwestern point of the plateau, it's so line of sight covered from this side, and it's so easy to move there that as long as Penne can basically have map control around the place, I don't think TYS can realistically hold it. That can hold Charlie, but getting that Abrams skill there, that was a nice way to basically prevent any big impositions. Now Penne seems to be with 5 M60s, 2 of them already reaching the plateau border. This seems to be the mech blob strategy, where you basically hang around on the edges of the plateau with a bunch of fire support tanks, and whenever you spot something, you move them vertically, like up and down, until they spot something, and then you target that something, and then you run back into cover. It's infuriating to deal with. It prevents. It's really good against infantry assaults. And as long as Penne doesn't do anything risky, like get too close to the Panzerfaust 3s of the Fallschirmjägers, the 50 cals and the 105 guns are more than enough to deal with this. Penne also, the patterns are technologically superior to the Leopard 1A, 1A1s. Generally, the Leopards would be the better tanks in overall, but 1v1, M60s will beat this. And the TYS investing heavily into martyrs, which I think is kind of their way of trying to achieve the same goal of having the fire support blob. And but martyrs are not going to perform against the M60s, though martyrs are, of course, better at doing the task for compared to their prices.
Yeah, Stingers under attack in the north, being pushed back, but can TYS get back into Alpha now? That's the big question. Losing 2 Leo 1A1s by pushing into the Abrams was for sure a big loss. They could have been helpful there around Charlie as well. They could have been really helpful around Alpha. The Harrier HE, really one of the deadliest weapons in 2nd Panzer Grenadier's arsenal. If the enemy doesn't have AA up, that thing for 165 points can generate value so quickly. And gets another kill there. We have an F-16C AA coming up, trying to hunt it down, but the Harrier will get the heck out of there before anything can happen. We have M60 A3s engaging Martyr 1A2 Milans in the south. The M60s and the M1A1s relatively good, the normal M1s, relatively good as long as there is no layer 2 on the battlefield. Once that happens, they are out of the depth. They will lose those battles hardcore. But against Milan ones, against the normal Leo ones, they have decent frontal armor to keep themselves alive, and they can retaliate with solid damage on their own. So I think as long as that happens, the matchup here is good. And then once the Leo 2s come up, and they start to come up, you can also escalate it with M1A1s and keep it up there. But the question is, will you react in time? Or will the Leo 2s get too much value here? Tornadoes starting to clear the sky, and Penna here under pressure, but starts to push back into it, on the hillside.
Yeah, there's so much air power coming in from the Germans, and there are no Eyehawks. The first Eyehawk getting bought just now, 8 minutes in, and the Eyehawk is the like 2 Eyehawks are the price of a single F-16 AA, and I think those Eyehawks would have performed better. If you have the Eyehawks up and you have some amount of air control, you can also bring out the LGB bomber, which is an immediate response to the Leopard 2A3s, and when you don't have the high-tech tanks on board already. But Penne has spent so much points in just getting some standard infantry up there, engineers and mech rifles. They have been up-vetted, they're close to the MUT leader, which gives them, I mean, both leaders are pretty close in here, but there is a defensive advantage that happens even in infantry fights. Harrier HE being an absolute menace, sniping out that MUT. And 10-man squads here can perform quite well against the 6-man Panzer Grenadier squads, but the tanks need to be constantly microed to kill the martyrs while not getting into the 80 weapon range of any Panzer Grenadiers. And that's a situation where mistakes do happen. Abrams now stopping the attack up on Alpha. No tanks up there as of the moment.
Yeah, engineers versus Vulture Mega Furs there in the forest. We have an M1 Abrams in the north, trying to get to M1A2 Milan on the other Marder on the other side. Alpha still in the hands of Penna, but TYS has the hill still for now, has the +1 going on there, and the engineer push here of Penna isn't cleaning it out just yet. Leo 2A3 now on the hill, and the M60s have to be really careful now, as those 20-10 guns can turn them into mincemeat quite quickly. There we go. Oh, but 2 side shots here! Oh no, yeah, must have been side shots against the Leo 2A3, taking it apart. Leo 2A3 immediately down. Oh, this is so massive for Penna, getting massive value there, and with that, likely will win the hill here.
Yeah, this currently Penne has a pretty nice recon advantage currently. A lot more units spotted by Penne than TYS. Also, the Eyehawk swatted out the Harrier from the sky. So now, with some key units getting killed, Penne could maybe be able to just win this on the ground just via sheer engagements. The M60s, the numbers of tanks are most relevant when they're doing fire support. And secondarily, they're also very relevant if you're close to the enemy, because the weaker cannons get more penetration per price on these kind of close range engagements. Leopard 2 eating through an M60 in a bad engagement, though. Another M60 was taken out earlier down south. So those things are vulnerable, and they're still 130 points, half a minute's income. And American infantry also, it's not like prohibitively expensive, but if they are better targets for artillery and bombers, certainly.
And TYS also tried to bring in a Leo 1A5 in the north, but that completely failed. Just the M1 is still there. Like, he's not respecting the M1 enough there, I feel like, and he hasn't found a solution for it. Like, the only solution would be a Leo 2A3 or M110 fire on it, or a bomber. But trying to deal with it with Maders and trying to deal with it with Leo 1s is just not the solution. And the amount of points thrown into Alpha without a consolidated push that really had a realistic chance of fully getting it under control takes also away from the potential of TYS in the middle, and now it's Panna on a +1. The situation in the middle still somewhat okay for TYS, though repair needed for the Leo 2A3. It gets into another fight with another M60, gets a shot against an M1 113 there. The M60 does miss its first shot. Both sides will get another one, and the M60 explodes in a crit. So Leo 2A3 generates the value. That's how you want to see them in this matchup. That's why I was worried about the M60s beforehand. They got the side shots in the first engagement, but now the Leo 2 number 2 shows up and does exactly what you wanted to do here for TYS. Starting to get back the cost efficiency here that was a bit lost in Alpha and with the loss of the first Leo 2.
Yeah, the PVABs here works as a decent enough fire support unit, so it's not like TYS's infantry is going to be pushing that far. But right now, Penne doesn't have a solid infantry ground game. The losing those M60s and forcing them to play more passively has allowed for the Martyrs and the rest of the vehicles just do a lot of free damage. And now with the Abrams is getting up the plateau. So this, I believe, this corner is gonna be held. And as long as Penne can prevent any leaders from getting into Charlie, that's basically a current win condition. But on both sides, they are really at the edges of overextensions. This middle area, as I said, it is complicated line of sight wise. It is difficult, more difficult than a lot of other areas. The buildings aren't necessarily physically right next to each other, and the amounts of units on the plateau mean that just stepping outside for a moment can be a full-on destruction for an infantry unit.
Yeah, Mada 1A2 gets to engage against an M1A1 that is somewhat stuck there. Has its tracks broken right now, but will be able to smoke off now and not be engaged any further for now. The Leo 2A3 starts to get repaired here. They also eat fuel and ammunition, so the Unimogs here get relatively low. The first one got eaten up immediately there just by ammo and fuel resupply. Leo 2A3 now with 6 hit points, goes into engagements here. Has to be careful, it can't take any shots from the M1A1. But it might be able to help out with a couple of other engagements until then. And if it can ambush an M60, that would obviously still be great. Oh, it's engaging with an M1A1 down though. It takes one shot frontally, misses on its own. TYS needs to get that Leo 2A3 out of there, doesn't do so, loses it to the counterfire, and this is bad, because you just don't have the numbers to allow this to happen. Tornado Seed comes around, will not get its seed missile out towards the north. Good micro there from Penne, and gets the seed plane on the way out. Eyehawk too close there, and yeah, the seed plane just a bit too reckless. And once more, the seaplanes never are supposed to come out on their own. They always are supposed to escort their strike package. That's how they are used in real life most of the time as well. Like sometimes you have a complete on-seat raid, but usually with a strike package right behind it, and often mixed in with the strike package as well. Because that way the enemy can't just ignore your seat and then turn their AA on when you're on the way out, but has to be worried that you bomb their AA then, or just not really have a good timing to get a shot out. And the seaplane hangs behind the strike package and always is a risk there. Like, that's diving deep with the seat is never the solution to any problem that you have, and that does cost TYS here.
I would like to point out that the PVADs were not shut off, and that it was really just kind of bad luck for the PVADs to be directly behind physical cover. So
no, PVADs don't have radar.
Wait, they don't?
Yeah.
Anymore? Oh, yeah, no, these are the different ones. Yeah, these are there's the different kinds of ones. Yeah.
These. So, yeah, BO-105 coming along, and yeah, the M1A1 now is the biggest boy on the battlefield, and this is a massive problem now for TYS. Losing 2 Leo 2s has the potential for 2 more in the deck, but even that number isn't that high compared to the amount of M1A1s that is likely to come on the other side. And third one already on the way, and yeah, this now becomes a big issue, especially considering that you lost your seaplane already, because that means the second Ihawk can easily come out, and then your Harrier bombers that are maybe potentially the solution still just get shut down, and then you maybe get one, but you will lose your planes on the way in and can't come back with them. So really the loss of the Tornado seaplane and the Leo 2s here does spell doom here for TYS, and BO-105s and a couple of other units here in good positions maybe can change that, but you really need to start consolidating the front line, and then I feel like M110s could still be a way of making this happen as well, but for now you just need to focus on trading and getting a decent defensive front line. There comes the M110. I like that investment. I think this is one of your few remaining realistic win conditions. So bringing that out now with still 22 minutes on the clock, I think is a wise choice here.
Yeah, there was a TYS tried to do an infantry incursion up north, and there's still a one-man mech rifle squad left after bravely fighting off both of those. And the Rangers are now on the field in the front line. Rangers basically being specialized close quarters anti-infantry squads. They are good in town fights and maybe forest fights and not really anywhere else. And these are the standard ones without the extra dragons. So these are the perfect complement to the M1A1s being able to win both infantry and the tank battles. But of course, TYS, if TYS just gets free damage onto the Rangers, they're still infantry. They are going to be damaged just like everybody else. Now, interestingly, Penne buying a bunch of Itos, now even more Rangers, reinforcements coming in, this time with Black Hawks. This is a full-on fortification. Penne realizes that there's a good thing going on here, that the enemy is under pressure. The pressure is pretty significant, and TYS doesn't have the frontline infantry to hold if the Americans want to keep on pushing. And I think Penne kind of realizes this. Penne has been killing a lot of the pioneers and a lot of the Panzer Grenadiers, and these continuing attacks from TYS are just they're not really it.
Yeah, M110 now on the battlefield. Pivot's now pushing onto the BO-105s, and they're the only real danger to the M1A1s. Ultramagers have been cleaned up, and the Panzer Grenadiers with their Panzerhaus 44 are just not what you need here. Nothing has good enough penetration around anymore to deal with the M1A1s. The amount of Milan 1s that you can get as second Panzer Grenadier with the Martyrs and so on, like, they are great against some lighter tanks, but against M1A1s they stop to be really useful, and even the Milan 2 does okay damage, but not amazing damage there. It doesn't two-shot it. It needs still 3 hits to get the kill, and that's an issue as well. Like, that's where the TOW 2, for example, is this nice upgrade, because it gets a 2-shot kill against these 18 frontal armor tanks, and yeah, the Milan 2 just doesn't get that. And with that, the frontline here is in a lot of danger for TYS, as Penne is really getting the push in there.
Yeah, this is now with TYS also buying more, just buying more Martyrs, trying to start using the M110 in close ranges. But I hate to say this, but Penne seems to has traded so well in the plateau fight that the momentum is going in on Penne. Penne already buying a Bradley and a PVAPS. And we, of course, know, and if Penne starts doing recon, they might also know that the southern flank is basically completely open. And with the helicopters, hogs out here now, and ability to send in both like cheap M150 recon vehicles and the more expensive stuff, this is TYS is seriously on the clock. Penne can win this just by holding still, but there's no reason to do that. You can just, eternal words of Total Biscuit, the StarCraft commentator. When you're ahead, get further ahead.
And yep, the position here is starting to become really untenable now. There's only a couple of Milan launchers left, filling AA, and that's it. And this is not great Milan country. Like, the ranges are just too short. You get spotted once you fire and immediately get lit up by the M60s and the helicopters and everything. So that you will struggle to actually get some kills. Plus, the line of sights are so narrow that the enemy, when they see that you shoot at them, can potentially just do sidestepping and get out of your line of sight there. Yeah, heavier. The plane here goes down as well. Like, the air option was there, but with the seaplane being wasted and with the there not being a consolidated Harrier bombing run after bombing run, this also did fall apart as an option. The Stingers did a decent enough job there. The Tornadoes did pretty well in the early game. Like, that was for sure one thing that TYS had going on there. Tornado fighters did get a decent amount of air dominance, but in the end, that wasn't followed up enough. And then a couple of weird decisions towards Alpha, I think, did cost them a lot. And then getting a bit unfortunate with the side shot kills on the layer 2s. That's always also coming down to not quite having enough recon in front of them. Like, you usually want your Leos to join a fight, not initiate a fight with an enemy, because then side shots can happen. If you know where the enemy's at, you know what can shoot at you, and then you join the fight with the layer 2s, that can't happen. And often you can also then get in between enemy shot cycles, get a shot out, and then disengage or kill the enemy before they can get a shot back on you. So, yeah, in the end, this didn't work out here. M1A1's pushing forward. The center zone about to fall, and that will make it a +3. Penne nearly has caught up in points here. And TYS still worrying about Alpha there in the north, still investing in Leo 1A5 and so on up north. Like, those are all points that were this just subtracted from the fight in the middle, and that would have really been helpful to try to fully win the center fight, which I think was the win condition that TYS had to go for, and they just lost a bit line of sight on what is actually important and got stuck there with too much focusing on trying to win everywhere, which is never the thing that you should do in WARNO.
Yeah, the early momentum of the facing down the M1 Abrams up north, even though they did get the kill and the Abramses were moving to the plateau, I think that was still kind of a moment of the decision was weak for TYS. I think of challenging them. I think TYS should have centered the Leopards and tried to push them west, try to secure reinforcement roads, try to get Penne to unload out or in bad positions, even unload at Foxtrot. I think that could have slowed down the game enough. And in that point, the American infantry was completely like underclassed by the Fallschirmjägers and by the martyrs that were out there in numbers. But just kind of like I predicted that Charlie holding the corner at Charlie is going to be a strong point because it's very difficult to push. So trying to reach the end of Charlie, it leads to worse engagements than just pushing straight west, where you can try to move in and cut off the reinforcement roads. But I would also say that TYS kind of overinvested into the air, and then just when by the time the iHawks got out here, all the air was made obsolete. And as you said, if the bombers, the MW1s, the Tornado AAs, if these had moved in as a formation, if there was a coordinated attempt to take out the iHawks and not just like kind of fly around with a seed and find out what we can get, the game could have gone a bit differently. The Tornado bombers are really powerful. And the second Panzer Grenadier is also quite powerful, but you can't afford to go against a more expensive division and then also waste some of your most expensive units.
Yeah, and the artillery here now coming in on both sides. MR10 is something that Pena can bring in as well. So never had been something that was exclusive to TYS. And yeah, it's just a grinder of a fight here in the middle, and it can be so explosive. I had a lot of games on this map that ended in 3 minutes, 4 minutes time because people underestimate how fast you can lose things here, how many side shot capable options there are with narrow line of sights, and it's this danger. I think that what people hate a lot about this map as well, that it is all about those narrow margins and how quickly you can multiply those advantages on this map. And yeah, Pennant played it well, got rewarded for picking this map and playing it really fantastically, actually. Like, the push in the north was great, and the play in the middle was risky. If TYS would have pushed harder, would have not suicided the layer ones in the north, I think they could have had a good chance of just taking the whole plateau, and then the enemy is in a bit of a pickle as well. But that didn't happen, and Pennant did get back on the plateau with good trades and good investments, and kept on doing well in alpha. So they have well-deserved situation here now. +3 is going on, and TYS is still trying to get something on here, but the combined arms is just not there, and you have lost your advantages and your couple of win conditions here as second Panzer Grenadier completely. Really, really good 8 game here out of Penna.
Yeah. Like I was expecting Pena to overreact and get the helicopters out there early, but because that's a way that generally Eighth does. The helicopters are one of the only kind of reasonably cheap and units that can have immediate effect on the board. And I was expecting them to be victim for the tornadoes, but Pena kept kept it together and did not take that risk and did not lose those units. But on the other hand, I think if DYS had actually pushed through, if DYS had threatened the reinforcement routes, I think those helicopters could have been forced out early, even when the tornadoes still had complete air supremacy. And like you said about the danger, I think this is the same thing that people have always had with chemical, especially old chemical. New chemical is way better than old chemical, but even then, people just rejected it immediately because it forced them to play in an environment that differed a lot from the other maps around. And the people don't like fast-paced maps. I think they're okay with the fights happening immediately and being like close range, but only if those fights are straightforward. With so many different angles and so many little details, people need to be exposed to the map, need to be forced to learn it before they get comfortable and start liking it. And the same thing never happened with the chemical, I don't think, because people just refused to play it. back, back during early access, people would rage quit if they rolled chemical in ranked.
Well, I mean, Chemical also just had some other shitty design flaws. I think this one here has a bit better zone layout and stuff like that, so
Yeah.
it doesn't have a big forest blob in the middle that is just the absolute hell. Whilst the new Chemicals was just a bit too wide and imbalanced between the divisions. Like, I think this map here has better potential for all divisions out there. Heavy tank divisions can play it as much as infantry divisions can play it, but that's something else as well. Tornado here getting shut down, and Mechzerquafo not making it through with seed and all. Like, this could have been another win option here with tornadoes, with the Harriers, and a couple of seed planes, but that never was followed up here by TYS. They tried to play the middle game and they just couldn't. They messed that up a couple too many times with bad fights, and then just split into the north, and now we have the +3 here going on for Penna. Leo 283 will get back into the middle, start contesting it, but artillery should be able to do a decent job there. And 110 retaliating towards the Itos. The Leo 185 in the north. Likely gonna get shut down here in a second. No, not quite yet. But the +2 here still taking relentlessly. The center contest will make it a +1 for a while. But yeah, it's just too many numbers here. It's just a numbers game. The Metzgerwaffe, oh, this could be a beautiful one. It is. Question is, will it get out alive? Okay, Aitos out of ammo. F-16 a bit too far away. Misses its remaining AM-9M, so the Metzwerkwaffe gets out alive. And the reload of the Metzwerkwaffe itself means that the repair time is actually not that important because it needs that all that time to reload anyways. But at the same time, we have Penna pushing the southern zone now with tremendous force. There's one tank remaining here for TYS. There's a lot of M1A1s and M1s here remaining for Penna. The Leo 2A3 leader gets pushed back. M1 gets to shoot up the stuff in the south. It's just an A-click scenario at this point that Panda could just roll up to the enemy spawn now. But they obviously want to go a bit slower. They don't need to hurry here. They have the situation fully under control. They are ahead, so no need to rush this. Just clean it up and go about it nicely. And yeah, now it's only the Leo 2A3 and one infantry in the middle. That's all there is remaining versus 20 or so units here for Panda that can push it.
Yeah, this is like if you lose your opener tempo advantage against 8th infantry, you're in a, no matter what division you are, you're in a bad situation. The two upletted M1s out there were exactly the correct choices. The Alpha Zone up north had such a good ground to basically both be impenetrable to anything except the Leopard 2s, and the Leopard 2s were already needed in the middle, and then you also just can't let it be because of those side shots and reinforcement road threatening potentials that zone has. So Penne with a excellent opener and excellent tactical choice, and the weaknesses in the opener, such as the long-standing lack of anti-air, were risks well taken.
Yep. Stop. Well done here by Panna. Making the 8 viewers work. We saw in the chat at the beginning, ooh, 8 viewers never works. Well, Panna silenced the critics there and got it done. 8 viewers still has the combined arms. We have seen it use a lot of times, but this is also because it gets picked as a first pick. First pick always on a disadvantage, and the reason why it gets first pick is because it has a clear combined arms and it isn't fully counterpicked by anything. You can have advantages against it though, and you can pick your most comfortable matchup against it as counterpick, even if it doesn't fully counter it, it's still going into your favor. So that's, I think, one of the main reasons why we see 8 VS lose so often. It's not because the division is actually that bad, but more so that it is that all much of an all-rounder that it always gets picked as a first pick and then loses because of that more than usual. And it's not a good counter pick against anything, so that's why we don't see it as a counter pick as pick 2 often, because they're better picks like for that. So still does the job this time here, and that's always nice. Being counterpicked and still winning the first game, always important. Big morale boost. Let's see if Panda can get that through in game number 2, or if TVRS can navigate the early game like even smoother out of the opener and maybe get something done there. Second game on Mount River, map that we have seen a lot, with a pretty baseline infantry matchup here as well. First Tankova versus 79th Guards Tank Corps, and that should be a pretty interesting one as well.
Oh yeah.
So here we go. Game number 2. Hannah versus TYS. And we're on Mount River. Hannah up 1-0 in the series. And coming in here on the left side with the first Tankova. A division that we have seen quite a lot. That doesn't have the best record. Out of similar issues as 8th, I think, because it gets first pick quite a lot. Got picked as a counter pick here, though. It gets 79th, which is a pretty reliable all-rounder tank division as well. A bit on the heavier side. TO55 nerf did hit it quite a bit as well, next to the loss of the OSA a couple of patches ago, so I don't think it's a top-tier division anymore, but it's still a high-tier division. And yeah, first Tankova I would put into a similar point, and that should be an interesting one here.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that the 79th is just overall more powerful, and 79th having the Spetsnaz GRU Raspetka BMP2 opener, which is one of the more reliable packed openers with the radar optics, exceptional optics helicopter as well. And I believe they also have a potential to do the recon gunship, which is a nice weapon in the opener against many other divisions. And they also get, I believe, a significantly better air tab than the Czechoslovaks, and the Czechoslovak air tabs tend to be pretty weak compared to their to other, not compared to Poland, of course, but compared to East Germany and Pact. And on this map especially, the early cube opener coming, the early double cube opener actually coming in from TYS, with the TO55 serving as the fire support early on. Love to see that up-vetted Motor Raspetka BMP2. It's an assault unit, so you don't want to take it at 0 vet. And the Czechoslovak counterpart is gonna have their own recon special forces with I'd say arguably significantly worse weaponry, but also slightly cheaper. And they are actually, the ships are coming out en masse. Like this could also kind of considered to be a recon rushing. Recon rushing is more valid when you have special forces recon, such as the ships and the RT ships. But these are still like, it's still, you're paying extra for that recon trait. So you're gonna have to get some results out of it. And maybe with these numbers, maybe supported by the Svatava, they can deal with the Spetsnaz GRU and get an early advantage. Because the way that first Tankova can win this on the long term, I think, is by getting nice defensive positions and getting as many T-72SS out as possible. They don't have, they have worse guns, they have worse engines, they have worse armor. No, actually, not worse armor. They actually have a slightly better armor than what 79th is bringing out. But their main weapon, the Svir missile, it's not going to be able to attack in the late game. So here we can see this investment into a Spec Ops recon rush with a significant helicopter support.
Yeah, and the Me Too URP is something that wouldn't have been possible with the old day 79th, where it had the OSA to clean up helicopter openers like this. But with the coops, it will take a good while longer to get anti-helicopter to the front line. There is an Igla team, but that goes towards the center, so the URPs here should be able to control the area around Anna, and the Spetsnaz GRUs here might just die in transport, and that would be terrible, terrible news for TYS. Even if they make it out, the URP, they have the 23mm autocannon, and that can light up the Spetsnaz GRU there as well. So, big problem here for TYS. The Igla team still continues into the center, and we'll get in there. Coop and T-55s and the T-80 BVK on the way towards the north, but we have one T-72S already in the way to the north as well. I'm surprised the second one goes into the center. I feel like you want to concentrate your T-72Ss here. I don't think it's going to do much in the forest in the center, but it stays there nonetheless. The URP is now fine line of sight of one Spetsnaz GRU. They took their time here, so the troops will get closer, and might find them and get the shot out of onto them before the second Spetsnaz GRU falls. And that would be nice for TYS. Yeah, first one does go down. The Me2 URPs now get to fire some ATGMs again, but those are just Malyutka Ms. They aren't really that important. And the Coops actually get to fire onto them now once more. Do miss twice. That's going to be annoying. They get the kill with the second salvo, but only one missile now remaining. But even TO-55s with just 50 kills can push back the Me2 URP. MiG-23 can do it as well. So that part is over. And TYS gets into Anna, whilst also getting control over the middle zone. So Anna's idea here hasn't really worked out.
Yeah, I mean, Penne is already investing into a Dana howitzer and has spotted at least marked down the Conquerors, and the Conquerors launching against the T-72S here. And T-72 is, as you said, is moving out there to concentrate. I get why you want to have it there just in case the enemy tanks are coming in the middle. But this is giving a little bit too much time for the enemy. The ships got a really nice opener against the Spetsnaz crew, so not trying to get into Anna is a mistake. I think those TO-55s and the T-80 could best be countered by sacrificing a few infantry guys, because their fast-firing AT rocket launchers could do some suppression damage or even some side shots. Selavi, this did not happen, and now they're going to have to fight straightforwardly. And with a single Spetsnaz crew left here, not in the perfect position, but that still allows the long-range engagements that the Soviets want to be having here. And now actually the ships are moving forwards now that the T-72 is up, and buying a second artillery piece, this time the super heavy mortar Tulipan, and with an OSA and another T-72S following up. So engagements, early mid-game engagements happening from Penne, I think. And as long as Penne doesn't buy too many planes, the investment into the coups is not going to be that valid. So that could be a little bit of a advantage, especially considering the Spetsnaz crew are still the only recon units in up north, and no reinforcement recon coming either.
Yes, Otava here engaging against the TADB-VK. Gets a bad hit there, but does survive on max range. Next shot doesn't get the target. The Dana now hitting the Motvachvetka. Will likely get the kill there, yes. MiG-23s here have to be careful. SU-24 HE coming in. Will hit the forest.
Downtown with the side shot on the T-80.
It gets pushed back though, and it does survive. The SU-24 missing its bombs there, kind of with the sidestep. So that is pretty big as well. And yeah, Tulipan now coming up, Dana coming up. This is where Panda can just get the arty spam online on the map. And the T-80s will have a tough time holding up against that cost efficiency wise if they don't constantly fight against enemy tanks. And they are currently not in a position to do so. Only the leader one out so far. We have a couple of supply ones. It's TYS trying to do air spam currently, or at least heavy airplay on Mount River again. And we always know this is highly risky and usually doesn't get rewarded. This map doesn't reward heavy airplay because it's just so easy to shut down, especially if the enemy has coups and OSAs. I don't believe they have coups. They might just have OSAs. I kind of forgot what Kirstenkova's tank A-tab looks like, but even so, enough OSAs can do the job as well. And yeah, next OSA gets bought here. Actually has a bit of a issue with how it got bought. I think it got bought with an attack order that it lost against the airplane, so stuck on the spawn. Hopefully that gets rectified by Panel here in the near future. Otherwise that would be pretty annoying.
The T-80, the wounded T-80 is still visible, and it's targeted by artillery and gets taken out by a single shot. Oh, this is insane for Penne. Penne needs to start pressing this advantage. the firefight with the Spetsnaz crew and the ships happened outside of the Spetsnaz crew's weapons range. They had better weapons, as I said, but those weapons are close range. So as long as they're engaging at range, the Czechoslovaks can just make mincemeat out of them. And with more ships in the front line here, the recon rush is paying off a little bit. And basically every infantry unit gets spotted early on. The heavy artillery usage behind here is paying off hard as well. These infantry fights on this area happen in such tight corridors that you can do so much damage with them by getting artillery close. The Czechoslovak artillery, at least the artillery we're seeing on board here, is good, but it's relatively short range. So Mount River and having these heavily fortifiable town and forest areas basically mean that the Tulipan and the Dana are they are in their prime environment right now.
TO-55 gets killed off there on the front line as well. No T-80 follow-up yet. We have more BMP-2s towards the south. That's all okay if TYS wants to play the defensive game. And they can play the defensive game here. They have the +2 going on. And BMP-2s are great for that. They have the autocannon that can mince any infantry trying to push over the open, any light vehicles trying to show themselves. And they have a Conqueror's ATGM that can do decent damage to anyone. Offensively, they're not that great and not that cost efficient anymore. And people are still a bit stuck in the old times of BMP-2s just being completely bonkers and still try to use them as the all-rounder weapon that they are not anymore. They are not cost efficient on the offensive, at least not on their own. If you have a T-80BV in front of them and the BMP-2 pushes with that T-80BV, it can become really cost efficient again because of its Conqueror's ATGM firing over the T-80BV that tanks the enemy tank gunshots on the enemy ATGMs. But on their own, they just die too quickly on the push and they don't deal enough damage. So I hope TYS stays defensive what they have, but they were doing a couple of aggressive moves here in the north and did cost them quite a bit, especially together with the artillery fire landing on them at the same time. So Anna has a good amount of forces here now, and I feel like Anna is in danger of falling. First T-80BV IZD finally on the way there, can contest the severe missiles with the Argona to some degree, and also just can rotate around quickly with its high speed. But the key question is, can TYS hold out until that arrives and until other reinforcements arrive to really get the setup there? And can they maybe achieve something in the south? Because Banner currently under heavy pressure there. And if TYS is quick enough here, they can maybe get some real good spots here with the forest in front of Olga. I don't think they can get it quite into Olga here because the reaction from Penne is barely fast enough, but it is fast enough with the T-72S and a couple of MG teams here coming up.
Yeah, the Penne sent in a recon BMP-2 and it lost the duel against the red BMP-2, which now after getting routed is still doing damage. But as long as there is literally any kind of spotting, the T-72 has enough firepower to fight this off. And the machine gun can maybe do that duty. The problem is that the BRM and the Spetsnaz crew are in really good positions. So if the recon disadvantage is really bad, Penne might actually lose this tank and also the back zone. But meanwhile, now we're seeing infantry, Motostrelci, vetted up assault troops moving in here and trying to get into Anna right as the IZD-29 is arriving. There is artillery out here, and the artillery is has been apparently queued to strike a position. I'm not sure why it's not firing. Okay, now it starts aiming, but it is aiming at an empty location.
Yeah, the 7.6mm MGs here under fire, getting rinsed up, taking heavy damage, and will get killed off. TYS is trying to push still with BMP-2s, but now the T-72 has revealed itself, so the BMP-2s need to run. And they do that. TYS realizes that they can't just push in there. Ooh. The T-72 still gets around to spot them. The Conquerors does miss. T-72 gets another shutout. BMP-2 on this range does survive it, but needs to smoke off and get the hell out of there. Cluster bombers, S-22 and HE bomber here in the southern flank where there are no OSAs. One of the OSAs still stuck on the spawn. but the bombers get the good cluster hit. Get the Yesterka, get the T-72S. The south is open. At the same time, the north now under heavy pressure by Penna. That will fall. The Anna point is not something that TYS can hold. TYS should fall back into the tree line in front of Boris and the town next to it. But the southern zone now is open, and Penna needs heavy reinforcements there. That bombing run really paid off, and now Penna can't push towards Boris, I don't think, as TYS's reinforcements come in. If TYS does not overextend with the couple remaining units on the front line, if he retreats there, he can give Anna. He has a 600 point lead here, and he can play it on from there. Plus, that bombing run can come anytime again in the south once these units reloaded. So, Panda doesn't just need fighting units now in the south, he also needs a big OSA line here, or enough fighters in the air, and you don't have good fighters as first tank over. That is one of your major weaknesses. So it's gonna be tough to hold on to Olga, and with that, Anna is not enough. You need Boris or Sign at that point.
Yeah, the backline also here, knowing that there's already this like waves of bombers that can deal that kind of damage. The fact that the OSA is in the backline is just is tragic. Another T-72, this time an older variant without a smoke launcher, getting bought here to hold the south. But Motostrelki are already in position. It's gonna take some time for a leader to arrive there, and there's a lot of attention that TYS has to put up north. 4 more tanks coming in. Yeah, Penne is investing heavily into securing the south. And up north, as long as there are no catastrophic mistakes, yep, with the Mi-24 gunship getting taken out, the Rasberg BMP-2 getting suppressed by missiles, Penne is probably going to be able to take and hold Anna for now.
Yeah, the Anna should be given up by TYS. TYS is risking full-on destruction in the northern point, which at that point then would mean that Boris can fall as well, so they really should disengage there already. The Coups finally disengaging further back, but the Conquerors, the Modvajretka, the BRDM Conquerors all getting lost there. Too many units there thrown in by TYS into an untenable position, and that always is a way on how you can lose the game like this, by just throwing units into the enemy concentrated forces without having any combined arms around them. No recon here really helping out, and now he is about to lose his AA network and lose cohesion completely. Supply trucks there getting sacrificed to the enemy as well, and the TADBV IZD surviving, that is really important. The BMP2s currently still on the wrong order here by TYS. This is not looking good. If they really go that deep, they're gonna get killed off as well. I hope the micro comes in there in a second, because he can't afford to lose those Motostrelkis and those BMP2s. Loses the next supply unit there. The northern line in front of Boris got thinned out completely because TYS did hold on to a spot that that was not worth holding, overextending a bit into that zone. And yeah, the T-72S here gets hit twice by the BMP2s, a bit lucky for TYS, but the units are still on a normal move order, and they move in closer, and they might even just go into RPG range and get shut down by that. Oh no, TYS can just not let that happen. The Motostrelkis get their RPG-7s on target now, and the first BMP-2 goes down with units still inside. Motostrelki number 2 finally unloads. I have no idea where TYS's micro was, how he ignored Boris for so long, how those units went without micro at all. I mean, yes, Olga is important, but the north is way more key right now to the outcome of this game. And he's not winning in the south either. The BRDM might get into the zone, but the T-72s are pushing him out there for now, and he needs to wait for his bombers to reload there. Like, he can't fight this, and he should know that he just needs to buy time there as well, but he's not buying time in the north, he's not buying time in the south. He's taking fights he can't take, and this is leading to his forces currently getting completely depleted.
Yeah, the RPG-7 VL doing good damage against the T-72 down south here, but yeah, I believe TYS was looking at micro the AA to destroy a Czech Hind, and that was not worth it, I don't think, even though the Hind was nice to get the kill here. But now artillery actually targeting the last remnants of a defensive line TYS has here. With a tank and 2 more Conqueror's missiles, this might seem reasonably powerful against the T-72s, but with no recon.
Oh no, and
no
the
recon.
SU-22s lose targets. They fly just in there now, and they fly over all the AA. They might survive. No, one goes down there. Eagle finding the kill, and that is the big killing force that is supposed to destroy the southern push. I don't know what the SU-24s even did in the north. Knowing that the enemy doesn't have AA in the south, knowing that the enemy has AA in the north, they should have never moved north. And yeah, North should just be a holding action, but I feel like TVI still thinks he can push back into Anna. Anna is lost. You have no chance of getting back into Anna reasonably at all. You have to hold on to Boris, and then maybe if the enemy overextends, you maybe have a shot again. But he's trying to push back there, and he doesn't realize how far behind he is, it seems, and loses both SU-24s there to AA without achieving anything with it. And TVS is 830 points ahead. He had any cards to play with the trades he did early on and with the bombing run in the south to reasonably hold on to that advantage for the rest of the game. But now he looks really weak here. He gave up a lot of his strengths. Cluster bomber run now on a weird spot as well, like just taking out some recon units there. And Sign is open. The southern forces of his start to lose cohesion as well. The Tulipan and the Dana start to find more and more value as well. And the northern situation, he overextended there. He stayed too long, and Penne is looking really scary there. And unlike Team and Plays, I think Penne can push into Boris.
Yeah, Penne did waste 2 clusters, the pretty mediocre airplanes dropping easily dodgeable payloads. But at least now, TYS knows that the bombers are a threat. I would not be surprised if they felt like he should invest into a coup down south as well. Now with the MiG-23 flying around there and getting the info that there is it's very reasonably safe airspace, only Estrella around.
Yeah, TADBV number 2 coming up here for the south. The T-72s there are at least messed up enough that there is no danger for Leonid in the south right now. Like, Leonid should be safe for now. There are enough forces around. But a big question is, how do you hold on to Boris? And yeah, TYS needs to go full-on defensive mode here now. Any hopes and dreams of getting a push back right now should be thrown out of the window. They should consider how to make this 830-point lead into a winning hand. And their resources currently aren't looking great, but that 830 points is a really valuable resource on its own right now. And they need to find a way on how to get a decent defensive line around Sign again. Currently, that is not enough. 1 Conquerors against 3 T-72Ss that by now have assembled is not enough. But at the same time, because of all the losses at Boris, they still have to send a couple more reinforcements there to make it so that any push into that area isn't sexy either. And that's the big issue with 79. Your TADBVs are pretty expensive. So if you start to lose BMP2s left and right and center, especially now with the BMP2s being reasonably priced nowadays as well, you can't afford your heavy tanks in the numbers. You need them to have a strong attacking force and even a decent defensive force, because you usually want to have 2, 3, like usually 3 TADBVs around so that you can overwhelm an enemy tank immediately and get a kill on it. And also set up side shots and flanks like that. Give cover fire for your TADBVs that fall back. And currently there's only 1 in the north. 1 single TADBV, and that's always in risk of just getting overrun by cluster bombers or just pushed by 3-4 tanks at once, and then it can't take that fight and just dies. So yeah, TYS in danger here. Panic not pushing hard right now. Still considers just playing it with artillery for now. I think this is okay, but I feel like they could have pushed Boris together with the artillery harder than they did. And the 3 T-72Ss here in the center are a bit wasted right now. I get why they moved towards the Sign, but I think they should have been used beforehand a bit, shoot a bit, and then move towards Sign. And maybe, buying them or just buy the units in the different order. Because, yeah, the T-72Ss, there a lot of capital just wasted sitting around.
Yeah, in my experience, pushing into Boris is never worth it. It's such an extremely defensible location, and if you're in a position to push Boris, you're probably in a better position to push the middle, push Sign. And currently, I'm with TYS is gonna keep on feeding units. Now we see the cluster planes coming in here once again. This time in a way more crowded area. Might actually go and take out a coup, but and push some of the TATs out here into worse positions for a moment. But if that's the fight that TYS wants to fight, it does kind of lock down a lot of expensive troops to hold Anna and keep them away from Sign. But these engagements, they are risking overextension so much. The Defender's natural advantage with the ATGMs and recon and stealth is one thing, of course, but like even if you get into Anna, you're going to have to fight a constantly reinforcing enemy, and if you don't trade up while getting that battle, the enemy could meanwhile build a force to get into the middle.
And yeah, T-72S is here. Good move around. Danas and Tulipans trying to get some more shots out here towards the south. Towards Conquers. The Acacia in the north. Trying to get the T-72S kill. Iglas aiming up. Get to aim on the Mi-8 MTA. Conquers shooting at the V3S. Not getting a hit there. As we have more T-72Ss here reinforcing on the rear line coming along. Jakatsias getting a kill against 72S. 72S number 2. Trying to hit the ADBV. Doesn't get the hit there. Next Dana coming up. 72S number 2. Yeah, numbers are just in a decent spot now. And I think Penne needs to start doing something towards Sign before TYS really gets enough forces onto the front line to have a consistent defensive line. And like at some point, even with a big point advantage, if the enemy just has enough on the defensive line, they will be able to hold you because you just will be too concentrated in your push and too many ATGMs will fly towards you and stun you down. So currently there aren't that many units for TYS there, but a lot more are on the way. Next TADBV coming in and so on. Cluster Bomber is around. I feel like Penne might give their opponent here a bit too much time. Artillery is shooting towards the north here as well. TYS starts to get hit. 72S gets to hit the Superi RPO. RT SHPZ gets hit. T72S gets stunned down as well. ADBV engaging here. Conquers under fire. But in the north, Osa against the Mi-8. We have the next couple of Danas and Tulipans coming around. Penne still trying to play a grinding game. They have to worry a bit like T-Man did yesterday about stopping to play the grind game and just going for the kill here. 15 minutes is still a decent amount of time for 800 points. They're not super far behind on points, but something like in a good SU-24 cluster bombing run could take a couple of minutes away from that, and that actually might get a decent amount of hits here. Yeah, gets a kill on one, nearly kills the second one. A bit unfortunate there for TYS. The SU-24 goes down. If that would have gotten the second kill, that still might have been what allows him to hold on to Sign for 3, 4, 5 more minutes. And then it becomes a bit critical here for Penne. So has to worry about maybe stopping investing into artillery and just starting to invest into a force that just can ram through, because BMP2s now start to pop up in numbers. And yeah, I said they're not great on the offense, but IUIS doesn't need them on the offense, and I still believe they're one of the best defensive tools in the game.
Yeah, but look at the TYS's engagements with the two T-80s in the middle were, in the end, pretty bad. They got concaved hard by Svir missiles on both the right and the left, both top and the left middle area, and now the tanks are hiding in the one place where they can actually stay safe. everything else has been spotted by the RT ships and targeted by the Danas. There are now 4 heavy artillery pieces, 2 Tulipans and two Danas out here, and with continuing like recon supremacy on Penne's side, I understand the impulse to play slow. We have seen Penne here play carefully, more carefully than necessary, even especially with that really lucky hit side shot and then kill against the early leader tank. I think a lot of that should have been exploited earlier to prevent the 800-point lead. But I do also feel like, yeah, now with a bunch of Fagots and a bunch of and a leader tank and a bunch of other kind of units moving around the middle here, I think Penne is gonna be able to get the mid. There is no supply to repair the middle tanks. They're running out of fuel. One of them is nearly destroyed, and yeah, the closest recon unit is the BRM that is completely out of position. Igla getting hits against the Mi-24D, which is taking a risky route here to find out where the enemy is, but does spot the T-80s.
Yeah, T-80s now have to fight on for their life. Cluster bomber comes in. Ooh, T-80s, one of them moving north, one of them moving south. That's the right move. They might dodge both. No, one of them, the damaged one, goes down. So it's down to one of them now. More BMP2s on the way. The BMP2 wave might come in a bit too late here, though. And if Penne pushes now, I think there's a good chance that they get through, but they aren't quite moving yet. Okay, no, the T-72 leader still stays on the rear. Only one moving out without recon in front, and the Conquerors actually get some free shots there. Might even get a side shot there. Oh, good movement there. Conquerors missing twice. 72S now starts to get the smoke out, but Penne still not in there yet. 11 minute 36, and they also started to lose the fight towards Boris a bit, just like T-Man did yesterday. Though they have a couple more units remaining there. 2 T-72Ss that were kept defensively there in the north still remaining. But TYS might just have enough here with the reinforcement of 3 BMP2Ds. If they are placed nicely, they can buy 4 or 5 more minutes here, and that would be enough. So 3 BMP2s coming from the north, 2 more from the south. Conquerors goes down. Artillery still has the potential of turning this around in a decent way. But so far, in the last couple of minutes, they haven't done the most amount of damage. And yeah, the forces here for TYS look decent. I would like to see another CV from TYS towards the middle. Some sort of CV, so just that you can contest it. And the enemy doesn't get it for free once they just tap into it. But the amount of TADBV plus BMP2 power here now in the center, I like that quite a lot.
Yeah, it seems like TYS has managed to organize defense. The momentum may have gone. They're constantly just playing a little bit too more passively, a little bit too safely. So even those reinforcements, Motostrelci not in a position to actually enter the middle anymore. And once again, TYS managing to lock down the enemy into this long-range slugfight with having more conquerors than the enemy. And the Svir missiles, though very powerful and constantly getting results, are only 4 per tank. So if the tanks are not constantly resupplied and repositioned back into fighting stances, the missiles could be used more effectively. Though now BMP2's getting shot down pretty badly from this close range position.
Yeah, artillery here landing around the target. Strelki getting hit. Whilst BMP2Ds getting further. DM Conquers pushing in. Acacias trying to hit the Ilsas. ADBV, IZD coming in into the north. BMP2D, BMP2s and BMP2D moving in there as well. Cluster bomber. Hitting the TADBV! Ooh, good hit there. Next IZD has to be bought. Okay, this might allow it for Penne. Now it's only BMP2s. The TADB was pretty key there for the defense. BMP2 gets shut down by the ATGMs. That's why the T-72Ss can just take duels, because they kill them one shot with their ATGM, whilst the BMP2 doesn't do the same to them. The Acacias off TYS a bit off Philippines now coming around. 8 minute 42. 3 minutes remaining until Penna needs to be in the zone and then hold it on for the rest of the time. Meanwhile, Northern push here for TYS coming up. Issue is here really TYS has not a single CV on the front line, so even if they push into Ana, they can't contest it right now. So they really need a CV on any sort to just get this online or move towards the south. But they get the control over towards Ana again. The T72S is here off Penna, moving a bit late, and Penna just really currently throwing away the lead by taking bad piecemeal battles and trying to go a bit too much for the artillery doctrine. So they still have an advantage here, I think, with the amount of T72s that they just have set up in the center, but they still need to find that finishing blow. The southern move is pushing on now as well. TYS has lost cohesion there as well, and the lack of a CV tank on the front line towards Ana right now is potentially a big issue as well.
TYS's infantry up north has no AT weapons, so the Jesterkas and the BMPs can just get these free kills. The tanks retreated and the BMPs are not in position. Those infantry units just, if there was just 4 AT launchers left, but no. And yeah, now once again, there's no infantry in the front line here for TYS, so for the moment, Penna is gonna keep on holding this, keep on resupplying those 3 T-72s in a very crucial angle. And yeah, finally Penna is going all in, not necessarily all in, but is going in when it is proper and not a little bit too late. The issue, as you said, about relying too much on the artillery doctrine, this is why I hate the FOB, and also why I think many early investments into artillery are not the best. I call it the horse blinder effect. That when you have invested so much into the artillery or so much into that supply depot, you feel the need to take advantage of it, even when it is not the right choice tactically. And this is despite Penna trading up very well, so many little moments of momentum that have been sacrificed, and Penna has managed to get them back, but it is 6 minutes. It's pretty risky. So what is this? Yeah, 80 per minute now. It's going to turn into 4 per minute, into 160 per minute, and I think that's gonna be enough. But considering how little TYS has in the middle and Leonid area, I doubt that any future attacks on Ana are gonna be that relevant. There are a bunch of tanks here, but as you said, conspicuously lacking any kind of a leader unit. So
there comes the leader unit. It
Yeah.
might get there just in time, but I think it's just a bit too late. And at the same time, Leonid is about to fall, and at that point, it doesn't matter. A +4 is enough here for Penna. If Penna can get a +4 and maybe even a +6 with the south, but maybe losing Ana, then it would still be a +4. And there is no way that TYS holds onto the south now with both MP2s getting killed in transport there. I really think the thing that killed it for TYS was the fight around Ana, that they hold on to Ana for a bit too long, tried to contest it there for a bit too long, and didn't fall back and give that point up when they realized that 80-point lead, they are under pressure, they have the forces still remaining, and that really messed up their combined arms and didn't allow for them to ever really consolidate the defensive line that you really want to have on this map. And with that, Penna is getting to win this game here now. T80BVK will be too late. Leonid has been captured, so it Penna coming in a bit clutch. If the Su-24 bomber runs would have been a bit better consolidated, and they could have gotten maybe even a final run into the center, the time could have been bought maybe here by TYS, but those got wasted a bit earlier, too early, and in the northern strike that didn't have any real chance of doing any massive damage. So yeah, TYS here giving it a bit of way after a good opener, but Penna did grind back into it. The artillery play did pay off. It was maybe a bit leaned on too much, but the T-72s plus the artillery here did grind through it in the end.
Yeah, it is the little the small things, the fact that when the infantry finally got into the zone and got the ability to target even like side armors of tanks, none of them had any AT weapons left. That was the if that had immediately been followed up with a leader buy, all the tanks would have had to retreat and abandon their position against that, the risk of the infantry side shopping them. Maybe that could have allowed for Anna getting captured, but even then, it would have not done anything about the Leonid situation, which is really is the final nail in the coffin.
Yeah, literally here landing around, but the +2 is happening. BRDM trying to come around in the south, but +6 now coming in. That's 240 points per minute. That's more than enough here. And that's still 600 points to go here. Penna will go above the 1000 mark easily with the remaining minutes. TADBVK coming towards Anna, might get in there, might reduce it to a +4. But even that is not safe yet. Motostrelzi coming around. The BVMP1 here in a bit of trouble, but the T-72S is actually safe it there, getting the side shot on the TADBVK in time. So it's going down to a +5, and the T-72s in the south likely gonna buy enough time for that BRDM to not even get in, and even if it gets in, only contested as well. So yeah, job well done here by Penna, making it closer than it maybe needed to be after really maneuvering through the mid-game fantastically, but never completely losing line of sight. And unlike other players, seemingly still having the math ready to know when to finally do the final push, and just putting everything behind that, getting sign, and with that, getting the victory here.
Yeah, it was I really enjoyed watching this from Penne. I enjoyed the mix of the successful recon rush, even though it wasn't really used to its full effect. I think I really enjoyed the confident early transition into artillery that has been paying off so well. The tank micro could have, of course, always been done a little bit better. The attacks could have been maybe a little bit more aggressive, and the to exploit the momentary numbers advantage in many situations, didn't necessarily happen. But if you're confident in your division's ability to go late game, even against 79th, then you're confident. And in this case, it was led to a very very decisive 2-0 victory. In both cases, I think early opener with a slower division, aggressive opener with a relatively slow division, and led into just a competent and passive gameplay. And when you're traded well enough and you consider you're traded well enough, then you just go in for the kill. And Penne representing good fundamentals with WARNO that can save you even when your decision making isn't as perfect. Personally, I just like to go all in. I attack, and then I attack more. If I can't attack, I lose. But that's just I'm a different kind of a player.
Yeah, and this is also a really important victory here for Penne, as TYS is still first in this group, but Penne will play one more game today, and if they would have lost this, they would not be able to make it into the group stage. They would tie, they would need a victory against Novamir. If they get a draw, they will be at the draw with Soyuz Gunter. If they get a win, they will move on as first place in the group even. Well, yeah, TYS here did get 2 wins and a draw against Soyuz Gunter. So TYS here is still in a decent spot. So, yep, important victory here for Penne, and really important final game that will be played tonight here at the last minute of group stage. So, GGVP here, well played by both players, and we will move on now with another Division 2 action with Tata Boy coming in versus against Edbe, aka coming up next. So short break, guys, and then we're gonna be back with an absolute veteran of Division 2 and WARNO League in general, and Tata Boy coming in as a hot young player here that really does do pretty well so far this season. Let's see if the veteran Edbe can keep them off. So here we go. Tata Boy versus aka Eppe. And we have quite the interesting matchup here. Before we jump in, quick shout out to the Maturino page, guys. Don't you forget to click the claim code button and add free money to the prize pool. Doc or VR, Orvar, Doc Orvar coming in here as the latest. Amadeus, Tristan, Markin, and Co. here helping out already as well. We have 22 codes still remaining though, so if everybody in the chat right now that hasn't done so would do that, we would get a couple of extra free dollaroos that you don't pay for, that you only have to do a click for, that you can do on the pastime whilst listening to us. Just go to the link in the chat, click the claim code button, add free money to the prize pool that will be paid out in real life dollars to the players here, and giving them something to buy for all the effort they spent into the game and into our entertainment, especially, guys. So that's your easy way to give back. All it does take is a couple of seconds. Much appreciated to everybody who did so. Much appreciated, especially to everybody who did donate some of their real money directly to it. That goes a long way as well. There are 500 plus dollar views already, and let's see how far we can get it till the grand finals. And yeah, let's go back here into Tata Boy versus A, and let's see what we have going on here, as I really like the division we have on the left side.
Yeah, so fun fact, did you know 9th Infantry, shown here, the American experimental units division, did you know that was the division that Forrest Gump served in the right-wing propaganda film Forrest Gump?
I didn't know that he was in that one. I guess.
Yeah, I watched it last night, just accidentally. Yeah. But yeah. Oh, so back to it. But yes, this is the division, North division, that fell out of favor once the absolutely hilariously broken light rifle spam got nerfed. The ability for the light rifles, which are already an excellent and still are an excellent infantry squad, they used to have one more man, and also the AGL launchers used to be even more powerful. They are still quite good. For 30 points, it's a decent enough price. But this used to be one of the overpowered divisions, and we can see that there are the sniper M82s, the 50 caliber sniper rifles, which were kind of a former CIA thing being experimented with by the army at this point, and of course the FAV, the dune buggy thingy, 120 kph road speed, 100 kph off-road speed, incredible acceleration, only 4 health, but with these being recon vehicles, they do have decent stealth as well. And with TOW2 missiles, having 4 TOW2 missiles, there is so much you can do with this. And basically, if you play 9th and you play it aggressively enough to actually use this stuff and get some kills with it, playing against this division used to be overpowering. But I think people have learned to play against the 120 kph units now that they are more famously the Honker Russes have been the ones that that people had to learn to play against. And the FAVs unfortunately, they can be just gunned down by like the Mi-8 rockets here we're seeing, and even the BMP-1s can deal with them pretty badly. And this is not a map that really has a wide range of flanking that can be done. So interested in see how Tatar Boy is going to deal with this, because immediately the James Bond hunting with the 4 PKTs already opening fire, and actually the recon vehicles are retreating against this. Yeah, this is a interesting development early on. Avengers are going to be out here to take out the helicopters for the moment, and the TOW2 launcher is holding some amount of ground in the middle. But sixth is the odd duckling of the pack divisions. It's not amazing in 1v1 because it doesn't have strong fundamentals. It has very strong support units and a lot of different stuff, including the Lustumjäger Metis Spec Ops that we're seeing here, as well as the Spetsgruppe A Spec Ops. But it lacks BMP2s, first of all. It only has T-64s, which are not the best tanks on the pack side, and it lacks the ability to quickly reinforce infantry. And that is not a problem with the 9th Infantry. 9th Infantry is one of the best infantry versus infantry divisions just around, and it has such a cornucopia of ATGMs that it can hold against the supporting T-55 and BMP-1s reasonably effectively. And I really do think that our win condition is the ability to get out the support equipment, get out the expensive SAM sites, the books, get out the autoloader artillery, and then just do not engage with infantry if you don't have to. And now we're already seeing, yep, the 55s getting one shot by these TOW2 missiles, BMP-1s. These are BMP-1Gs, which have grenade launchers, so for extra power. But this is already is kind of walking into a pretty bad engagement, and neither side has went into sign the middle position, but I think Tatar Boy kind of has an inherent advantage there, considering the Favs give him inherent opener advantage.
Yeah, and the T55s here being brought into bad spots, and the great ATGMs, the ITOs and the TOW2s. TOW2s being able to one-shot T55s, meaning that those are not the right unit to use in that way. You have stronger tanks like the T64s later on. You have a good air tap as well, but your cluster bomber MiG-21, for example, not that helpful in this matchup. So the Rocket One, it is instead here coming in, trying to do some damage. Gets out alive, did get rockets fired off, but as you said, the books and then the hyacinth ATG artillery are the best way, I think, for to approach this, getting out that fire support here. Well, the push in itself, I think, is a good one as well. 9th has the classic US issue of not being the peak of cost efficiency. So as you have high-tech units, even on your infantry, and your infantry tab units are pretty big, they all cost you a bit extra, and that means you will have a weakness somewhere at the front, and did find it in the right spot here in the south. Olga gets pushed quite hard there, triple T-55A coming in, and with that, you then can give Anna to some degree to the enemy, so this push here really paying off big, and 9th also is not great at pushing. It is much better than 6 US, which we saw yesterday, but it isn't great at it either. The M60s are okay, but you need some good air support or so to get the job done. And currently, the T-55s are just running deep, maybe a bit too deep here, because they run out of AA cover, and then a Cobra or some of the F-16 variants that you can get as Tata Boy here could deal with them a bit too easily. I don't like the triple T-55A just being out there on their own without recon, without support. This could backfire big time, but at the same time, the push towards Olga on its own, that is great.
Yeah, the light rifles dragon is 65 points, which is the same price as the Ranger's dragon. And the Ranger's dragon is also a 9-man squad. So to just put in context on how expensive this stuff is, their line infantry is the price of special forces infantry. And yeah, TOW Cobra is getting out there. MiG-21 is going to try to dive this TOW. Does not succeed, but the 50 cals of the T-55s concentrate fire and take out the unarmored helicopter. The Hog is not like the Apache; doesn't have armor. Cannot actually tank that at all, really. And Tatar Boys, this game is now in a very peculiar situation. R basically has a full-on road to get anything behind the lines. The only thing it doesn't have there is air supremacy right now because of the Eagle. Another expensive 55-point recon helicopter coming in with a 20mm. Once again, unarmored 4-health helicopter. Very vulnerable to 50 cal fire from the T-55s. And OR is taking out another top-tier support unit, the MiG-31, with its insane 12-kilometer range radar missiles, which it will be able to launch at a safe distance at the Eagle, and basically throwing dice about, 30%, 25% likelihood of actually damaging the Eagle. And Tatar Boy is engaging with the Sniper 50 cal. Should be pointed out that all snipers, dedicated sniper units, have the sniper trait. So if they stand still for 10 minutes, they get an extra level of stealth and a 500% damage boost, which basically means that with the twin sniper rifles, the sniper M82 turns into a Terminator at like 1,200 meter range. It is an incredible amount of damage that they can do. But the weaknesses, as you said, are in the lack of tanks. There are only M60s, which are they're decent enough
Ooh,
against the T-55s.
MiG-31 baiting out the Eagle on the other side for the MiG-31 to get the missiles out, but the missiles, they are great range, they are great damage, they aren't great in the accuracy department. R33 is only having 40% accuracy against the 40% ECM. That's not a realistic chance of getting 2 shots on target there, and yeah, the Eagle makes it out alive, so the R33s, they're not getting the kill, and the MiG-21 did go down for it. The OH actually still alive, good reaction there from Tata Boy. But the push on the rear line is still happening. Sign was ignored for a long time by both sides. Tata Boy now figured out that it was completely empty and just drove the Humvee CP in there, stopping the tick that had on them with the southern capture. There is still a nice point lead now of 100 points here for R that will give them the victory if it stays at this. But this obviously doesn't look like a situation that will just stall out at this point. Both sides here investing more, but yeah, the lack of tanks here currently for Tata Boy means that pushing the north is going to be tough. I would like to see a couple of M60s here showing up soon.
Yeah, the M60s need to try to do their thing before there is a wide front line of Conquerors missiles and T-64s. The T-64s out-tech the M60s pretty heavily. They are slow and they don't have the best armor in general, but you can't attack against stronger tanks with weaker tanks without some serious support equipment. And there are decent aircraft in 9th Arsenal, but you're either going to be doing the M60 attacks or you're going to be doing the aircraft. 6th has a very good counter to both of those. And right now, the aircraft are kind of out of commission because they have failed to achieve air supremacy against the MiG-31. And at any point, the book, reasonably cheap at 155 points, I believe.
Oh,
MiG-21's
killing of both Avengers here. The great rockets there of theirs, the big rockets, using the unarmored and short-range situation of the Avenger to kill them off. No F-15 in the sky here to retaliate, and yeah, Avengers caught out in the open. They have no armor at all. They don't have enough range to start shooting at the planes whilst they are still coming in, so they are good when the planes just fly over them, but against planes that are hunting them down, Avengers kind of suck, and double kill there. That's pretty big. That means that more rocket planes can come in the future, and more reason for the F-15s to come out on the other side, which then can be baited into the MiG-33s again, maybe into the Books as well. Books not on the battlefield just yet, because both sides have taken some losses, so can't afford all the special forces units, or the special support units yet. The Giacint is out now, aiming on a TOW-2 M150 here. Starting to take some decent hits against it, but doesn't get the kill. Not close enough to have perfect accuracy. The northern point has been captured now by Tata Boy. Tata Boy on the +2 take. So needs to find a way to get into Sign. The situation there not fully under control yet for Tata Boy, but the southern flank here needs a bit more support. The MiG-21 coming out again. They only have 16 seconds resupply time, so they can come around again and again. The longest time in the high hangar is actually for refueling instead of resupplying, which is usually the case. So these, if they don't get damaged, can come around time and again and do these kind of attacks, get another kill there on a TOW-2 unit, and generate value.
Yeah, this currently, like, possibilities for attacks for 9th have already. I mean, you can do the infantry attacks in the Boris, but the amount of the rocket helicopters in the back line and the amount of, like, pretty cheap, pretty affordable, decent infantry in the line, I don't think it would be the best place to spend resources for Tatar Boy. And meanwhile, I think is going to build some kind of a big old concave around the middle. There already are significant troops in the southern flank. The Hyacinth is out here, and the Hyacinth will be able to slowly chew through all the ATGMs in the middle, which are the core of the defense. The Kakvis, the Itos, Totu carriers, and even the Chaparrals here, the T-Chaps, these are weapons teams, and the M35s are getting automatically sold, so those things are going to be naturally quite vulnerable to the Hyacinth.
Okay, gets
The
moved
first
around again.
264
Tata Boy realizing that auto cell was still on, turns it off on the other units. So does stay around now.
okay.
Good reaction there by Tata Boy now getting light rifle dragons into the middle as well. VADS there immediately lights up the Sapari RPO. Can't stay around there. AGL units coming in to support as well. The CLCV with the amazing ground fire Hellfire. And it has an aim time of 2.2 seconds nowadays, but it still fires with amazing speed and accuracy and great 24 damage on top of that. The F-15 now trying to hunt down the MiG-21. MiG-31 not directly on collision course with it. Now comes around. Does miss again. Flies pretty close over all the T-Chaps. Gets one hit on the F-15 as it's supposed to get, but gets shut down by the T-Chap. F-15 life just has become a good bit easier. And this MiG-21 rocket now might come in for the AA. No, doesn't come in for the AA. One T-Chap currently getting shut up, but there's still a lot of fire here towards the MiG-21. It doesn't get hit though. Only 1 damage, so it will be around soon again. Got its rocket off, killed an MG team. And the push here from the south into the center from is going okay. He loses the T-55 here, but with the artillery, I believe they should be able to get in here eventually.
Yeah, uncorrected artillery fire, taking out the T-Chap with a second shot. And right now, the Mi-2 Urn and any potential helicopters in the future here, not to mention ground fire, pretty difficult to counter, as the Americans, the only air defense is the Vast weapon team, which also basically cannot leave its position because it's just going to get targeted by something on open ground. Light rifles themselves, very strong units, but if there are support units such as PTRs or BMPs or the ZPU force supporting the Soviet infantry, then no light rifles just can't handle that. Support equipment does win the battles, and the BMP-1G has an extra grenade launcher among its gun and its machine guns. So, yep, might be an expensive 65-point infantry unit just getting put down here. The 65-point infantry unit that comes with a 30-point transport. That's a lot. Like we're talking that like close to SAS prices with 2 of them together.
We have an M60 out in the north, but still no M60s right yet in the middle. 2 are coming in, and that will escalate the situation there, but that will force better tanks out of R as well. I think the M60 should have come a bit earlier. One anchoring M60 to shoot down the M1s, the BMP-1s on the push right now, and just help with firepower on the mid-range, I think would have gone a long way in these fights right now. They are on the way now, and the center is not super well entrenched right now for just yet. So Tata Boy still has a way back in there. F-15 has to be careful. MiG-31 still around, but MiG-21's here diving deep, so a reaction is needed. The rocket planes did get some value, but one gets shut down this time around, and we haven't seen any strike aircraft from Tata Boy yet. The strike packages that you get as 9th are pretty great. The Paved Claw, for example, that can just shred through a lot of armored vehicles, or just the strike aircraft in general, they are pretty good. But you don't get a lot of slots for it, so it won't be high numbers, but the quality of them is great. So once you get rid of MiG-31s, and if there are just no Books on the battlefield, then that could be great. Book is coming in now, though. T-64B on the ground moving in as well. That has 16 frontal armor. That is perfect to be hit by an Avenger. One-shot kill territory, because this one is the one with 10 hit points, not the T-64BV. which then gets 1 extra hit point and survives it. So T64 on the battlefield outclasses the M60s by a good margin. But if you can get the pave floor in, that would be great. Ooh, M60 number 1 gets side-shotted and killed immediately. Showing up a bit late, and those are National Guard M60s, meaning that stress damage gets really onto them as well and just makes them combat inefficient real fast as well. So the center is in a decent spot right now for R, meaning that we might have to find a new way of approaching this map here now for Tata Boy. Maybe trying to find a way to push north, but there is still a T64B up there as well. Yeah, the options start to get a bit thin here for our player in blue.
Yeah, I would say that just like getting infantry into the west side of the western lake, into the forest, and just trying to walk them around in maybe some recon infantry, working together with a bomber or even like 2 tanks to try to secure this area and open up a pathway towards Olga. And with this recon FAV moving out there, we might be seeing the first steps. Yeah, 0 vet infantry also getting bought, but those are getting routed into the front line. Expensive 0 vet infantry. Oh no, we're kind of seeing the limits of 9th here. Just the support equipment has been played so well by R. The cheap stuff in combined arms, working as combined arms, does beat the expensive stuff that is not doing that. The CLGP, the laser guided munitions thingy here, is super mega accurate as long as they are inside the spotting, inside the correction radius of a recon unit, and with the sniper here in the front line, this basically means that they can hit the not just the same tank but the same ball bearing at this distance multiple times. And this is it is not going to be the most efficient way of dealing with everything, all the cheap medium level stuff that Sixt is bringing out here. And the Hyacinth is already, Hyacinth just keeps on targeting every air defense system that they can find. And Tatar Boy doesn't have a efficient solution to that. The efficient solution was supposed to be the T-chaps, which are the cheaper ones, but unfortunately, 4 health versus a 6-round salvo, it's not gonna survive.
Yeah, ITO's now trying to shoot up the reinforcements here. Conquer's under fire. T64 under attack as well. And cutting off the center is the key part now for Tata Boy. Tata Boy needs to get a bit of a push in here before the T64s can get into great positions. So having decent ATGM units here around, stop that whilst that infantry push is going on, would be key. This infantry push has a chance if the T64s and the helicopters can't retaliate, and the helicopter can be dealt with the Avenger for now. Ooh, BRDM gets involved though. The ZBU should be shut down by the 40mm grenade launcher and the light rifles. And there's not a lot of infantry here in the center. The Geosynth is doing well. The MiG-21's coming in now in numbers. Doing a rocket run again. Getting another Avenger kill. Meaning that the Me Too Urine can come around again. F-15 from Tata Boy. Moving in. One MiG-21 gets shut down in the north. That's the expensive cluster one. Rocket one in the south. Takes a missile as well. Will get out afterwards, but that means long repair time. But the F-15 flies deep over the books. First missile does miss though. Second one might hit. Yes, it does, but the F-15 will survive. And in the end, an okay trade here for Tata Boy. Close to moving back into the zone. Just needs to get rid of the BMP 1 PG in the south because the T-64s aren't involved right now. And the rest of the forces here of EDB, of R, can't do it. And with the center flipping, it would get back to a +2 here for Tata Boy. So a really clutch game around the center. And yeah, both sides taking some important casualties time and again. And currently, it's the lack of infantry that starts to ruin the combined arms of R here. We were talking about how good their cheap combined arm was doing so far, and that is true, but one component is missing right now. They killed the CV though. Okay, so they can maybe leave a bit of space right now, consolidate the combined arms, and push back before the next CV can arrive. That kill with the Hyacinth, really important.
Yeah, the two T-64s here are getting into a pretty bad location with the dragons being able to do damage on close ranges against, or at even like medium ranges against them, and the Humvee tows threatening them on longer ranges. And without the infantry support, the T-64s are not going to be able to engage in any reasonable way. But yeah, the Hyacinth is still gonna keep on doing damage. The rocket plane,
The rocket plane killing a VADS and damaging a T-chap. Flies in the wrong direction this time around. Those should have evacuated into the south. Bit of a mismanagement there. Both AA units go down, but by now, most of the attack aircraft of 6 have been killed. So the focus on AA maybe should switch on to focusing ATGMs at this point. Trying to kill off any tow unit that is on the battlefield so that the T-64s can do the rest of the game. Because I think the rocket planes did do their duty, they did get their value, but now it's all about the ground combat, and if you can get a breakthrough through the ATGM line that Tata Boy is currently setting up. And with the infantry dying, I'm not so sure if that is possible.
yeah, the Tatar Boy has a Black Hawk transporting a light rifles leader up north, and it's potential. Maybe it's out there thinking that oh wait, okay, it got its command to get on Boris, but unfortunately,
it's coming out in the south as well. There, so it's going towards Leonid as well. And yeah, a capture into Sign, a capture into Boris, a capture into Leonid could swing a lot of points immediately if that happens. CV is on the way into the middle. It should be able to get in behind all the ATGM lines right now. The Hyacinth still trying to target AA units here right now. As I said, I think that's a mistake now. The second Hyacinth should come out, and yeah, it does come out now, and both of them should focus fire any single static ATGM on the battlefield so that your T-64s can just roll forward, because if you kill off the TOW 2 teams, you have a lot of room to maneuver, but the AA doesn't matter at this stage anymore.
Yeah, the at this point, one side has Eagles, the other side has MiG-31s, and the map is so small that any kind of ground attacks that are going to be done by planes are going to be so risky that you're only going to do that when either absolutely necessary or when the enemy is taking a big risk, such as like going over the top into an open ground with a bunch of their expensive tanks. And otherwise, yeah, I think you're correct. Like if the light rifles are expensive and they start to be zero wet as well, with a lot of them being ground down, but it's gonna take way too many T-64s to actually efficiently counter even this expensive of an infantry force. There's not gonna they're never gonna run. Tatar Boy is never gonna run out of ATGMs. The ATGMs can be taken out temporarily, but there is just such good depth in that regard. And then you have the GLH, the Ground Launch Hellfire, also in a fast transport. And those things, you only get a few of them, but that's why they get microed front and back so that the enemy can't preemptively take them out with their artillery. So resources do exist for Tatar Boy. And now, oh no, they are getting into Boris. Is not spotting this.
Yeah, this is going to be big, especially it's exactly at the same time where they get the center. Ooh, MiG-31 gets a hit on the F-16 cluster coming in, pushing that back immediately. The C-64s took some great engagements here in the middle, killing off some F-60s, killing off some great launcher units, dishing out damage left and right. But yeah, there's the attack in the rear now. The light rifles get taken out before they can get the full-on capture. So it's capped on a +4 right now. The helicopters reacted just in time there. The southern Black Hawk now coming in towards Leonid will stay out of range of the ZTU there. That is a bit further forward. Now trying to push in towards Sign from the south. But capture onto Leonid still could be annoying. Still could swing the whole point situation here around. Well, is pushing towards Anna again. Doesn't have his CV in a transport right now to move back. Could use the FOPO leader with a BTR to just rush back and capture that point in the north. But yeah, losing the southern zone at the same time, getting down on a +6 here for Tata Boy will swing this situation quite quickly. MiG-31 sees it last second, but isn't fast enough to actually stop it, and I don't think anything can get there in time.
spending its full fuel tank and then getting hit and also spending all of its missiles, that plane is going to take a while before it comes back.
Well, those things reload at the same time, so only the repair matters. But
Oh, do they? Oh,
yeah.
shit. I didn't know that.
Light rifle leader here, getting shot up, getting killed. Yet only the thing that reloads the longest matters, because you refuel, reload, and repair at the same time. So in this case, it's the repair most likely that's going to take the longest. But yeah, Leonid, actually the helicopter's coming in quick enough to stop the capture there as well. Fopo leader, oh no. Please spot that you are unloaded outside of the zone. Oh no! Fopo leader getting unloaded just 2 centimeters outside of it. Okay, now moving in. Yuat's on the way for Leonid. So the debacle here is somewhat averted. It's not as many points ticked against them as it could have been. It is still a slight lead for them right now. That lead will go away. Tata Boy will get into the lead position here with the sign situation for a while, most likely. But with the Phobos close to Anna and with the Hyacinths in a situation where they could help out just cleaning that out, that could happen. And we have a double T-64 situation coming in from the south towards Sign. They go down the wrong road, I think. They should move down on the road further to the east, instead of the road that is really open for the TOW2s to shoot at them. But if the other 2 C-64s would help out right now, I think this could be a great situation. And the T-64s here now slowly moving up. Helicopters are around. Yuat gets to capture back. We have Tata Boy now in the lead, but first TOW2 unit gets shut down. The other T-64s really should start helping out from the flank as well. Well, the Me-Too Urns maybe could be used a bit more here as well. T-64 gets hit. Can't shank a second shot. Okay, first T-64 goes down. This second one gets hit as well. Yeah, not the best micro here. Not quite the best positioning from either. M60 and TOW2 Humvees here still engaging. No smoke on the T-64. VRM does smoke off, but too late. Both T-64s going down. Oh, this is rough. This should have been enough to clean it up. With better micro, with better positioning outside of max long-range shot ATGM range. But that didn't happen. Now it comes a bit down to the north again. Currently the Hyacinths not shooting, and that's a big mistake as well, because they can generate constant value here, and they're not doing that right now. And yeah, now the push towards Sign has slowed down a lot. The other 264s being idle at the same time, and yeah, the loss of those two does hurt. The flanking potential in the south never has been exploited either, and now the Hyacinths both aiming again, but I feel like Tata Boy might get into a decent spot here now.
Yeah, I think the exploitation, I've been just waiting for it to happen, but I think this might just be one of those moments when these examples that if you keep up good enough pressure, if you have a strong enough frontline game, you can indirectly prevent your enemy from exploiting even such an massive opening, such as the Olga axis here, and being in the situation where you're doing that kind of attacks, the T-64 attacks, you're taking these risks, you're constantly on the edge of trying to get somewhere, trying to get something done. Tatar Boy has managed to put their enemy into this kind of situation, keep up, have not given up on the air. Now the book is out there, but the book is out of ammunition, giving the Eagles a moment to harass and scare the helicopters at the very least. And yeah, I think this engaging those ATGMs was just catastrophic. That I think kind of destroyed the full hope of getting back into the middle. And immediately after that, has, I believe, been cutting their losses and buying the Spec Ops infantry into another push on Anna. And this is, of course, the Tatar Boys' best ground. Bunch of AGL, Humvees, bunch of TOW2s, the VADs. There is so many things here to kill infantry. This is not 6th strength, but potentially if moves all the remaining tanks into the northern area, there could be enough firepower to break through this and allow the Motorschützen and the special forces to get a point. And if they capture Anna completely, they could stop the tick. But the tick is already enough to win the game. And in this late, you really need something decisive as R.
Yeah, the Eagles here not getting the shutdown, but the plane's currently not generating a lot and just not having any power here left to do any pushes. The ATGM numbers has achieved too much, and the Pearsons haven't fired constantly currently. They did such a good job, but I guess the micro level, the units on the board just have become too many, and now the T-64 in the north goes down as well, and it looks really, really good for Tata Boy here at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, just like one of these units are not even in cover. Like the AGL Humvees are just open on the open ground here, and there are situations where Sixth could maybe try to exploit this, but I think Tatar Boy understands that the trades that he's been getting are just good enough to not really have to consider all of this. The enemy, the famously bad at attacking late stage Division 6th is now attacking against the other division that is famously bad at attacking late game, which is 9th Infantry. And yeah, I would have loved. Six doesn't have that many units that can actually effectively exploit the backline action, and the T-55s out there managed to kill a few recon helicopters, and that really was about it. But I would have liked to see, you have a Motto Aufklärer, just keep walking stuff up there through the forest, just keep trying to get that little crossroad or even one of these towers. There was a potential there, and the game hasn't been that hectic. The trading has been going well for Tatar Boy, but the game hasn't been that hectic that the BRDM conquers couldn't try to exploit a little bit. I mean, there's artillery, there's stuff, there are units. Just the T-55s moving up there in a correct situation could have eliminated 3 or 4 ATGMs just like that. And just trying to rely on conventional fighting has not worked out as well as it would have if theoretically Sixth was playing something like 7th Panzer, something with a little bit cheaper and more numerous tank tab, and like a more robust amount of infantry. Maybe they could have just won this conventionally. And the airplay has been got amazing results, but as we always keep repeating on this stream and everywhere else, air power alone cannot do that. That was a lie invented by the Americans around, after World War II, and it has never been true. No. The Gulf War, it wasn't Gulf War either. It wasn't all air power. That was also a rewriting of the narrative, purposeful writing of the narrative. And no matter how many, I was so certain that R was going to be able to just keep the air snowball going after killing so many AA units. But just ground numbers will eventually beat air kill power.
Yeah, we have a smoke wave now. We have a couple of planes coming in, but especially on this narrow front line where AA can set up nicely. Yeah, you need still some boots on the ground to clear it up. And yeah, the forces here just not good enough anymore. The T-64s have been reduced too much. No push into sign possible anymore. That has become a massive fortress full of ATGMs, and the silence of the Hyacinths is just shocking to me now. They have done so much work over the last couple of minutes, and now they have stopped doing their job. The cluster plane here on the other side not achieving much, even gets shut down by the Book. Book doing a good job there. But the T-64 BVs and BVKs here not quite doing it. The CV on the other side gets back in. Tata Boy even gets back to a +1. And Yeah, T64 BVK trying to get some shots on target, will find the T-Chap, will get the hit, but the situation here not quite good enough. The approach towards the center of the T64s, I think, was the right move. It was just not quite executed as well as it could have been. We obviously have the God view here, so it is a lot easier for us to criticize all of this and to point out where the weak spots are. It's a lot harder to see when you don't have God's eye view, and especially when you also have to micro left, right, and center. We just have to move the camera, look at all of this. So I think still did a good job here. This game was still pretty well. They got into a position where they could have done it, and then they just plundered the execution there a bit. But really well played here from Tata Boy as well. Like, having to push with ninth is never easy, so that they were able to execute it towards sign, that they were able to execute it into Anna for long enough as well, shows how good of a player they are. The flank in the rear also buying enough time and buying enough points here to get W as well. Without that, it wouldn't be as much of a lead right now as it is. It would be close to a draw still. So that real-line action paid off big time as well. And yeah, the T64s here now will stop the tick again, but that is not going to be enough. 2 minutes is not enough to get any more points here. And yeah, not getting into the rear line flank is something that we have to criticize as well, but they obviously don't know that there's nothing there in the south, like that they can just run deep into the enemy spawn, because usually you would expect a couple of recon units there on the southern flank to at least contain Olga, and Tata Boy playing with fire there, not doing that, but also saving some points there that we're able to get into the middle and to the north with that. Meaning that all the points that are spent by R and South, they got Olga, but afterwards they're a bit wasted there. But Tata Boy's full focus can go to the north.
Yeah, I said that, you should maybe send a Moto Aufklärers to find out if there is anything. But if a Moto Aufklärer hits a light rifle unit, it's gonna be destroyed pretty fast as well. So you would have to have two Moto Aufklärer units up there in case there was a single light rifle. And we know there wasn't any of those things. But also being this close to the enemy spawn means that they can reinforce really quickly. So it's like 6 doesn't have the kind of units like the British have the Foxes or the 82nd has LAVs. They don't have the stuff that is good in this environment, and Tatar Boy has been betting on that successfully. But even then, I would have liked to see them try. Just just a little. Just try it out, test the waters.
Yeah, the Hyacinths will have amazing kill lists, and I think they did a good job. I feel like they could have done an even better job, but like, it's always hard to keep it up constantly when you are under fire everywhere on the map. You really need to keep reminding yourself of that. They might even find a UH-60 here with the last salvo, and they get close there. Yeah, getting the route. Have to hit now before it can start off. Yeah, do that. So even more points generated there, but that doesn't mean anything with the 600 points here. Tata Boy will win the game. And yeah, really interesting ninth play here. Not an easy one. Edbe has the KD in the end. And the Hyacinths will have played a big role in that. Yeah, a lot of kills on those. The rocket planes did do a good job as well, but the focus on the ATGMs wasn't high enough to allow the T64s to roll it over. And then the 16 frontal armor just isn't quite enough.
Yeah, and also if we go back to the very opener where we saw all of those light recon, super fast recon vehicles go out there and meet the helicopters, and what are you supposed to do when your opener meets an enemy helicopter, Protoss? This is it was a rhetorical question. You run away, you move your units back to the base, and you find a way to survive that situation. And that was exactly what Tatar Boy did. If Tatar Boy had been more pig-headed about this and would have kept going, they could have maybe lost a bunch of key early opener support units, and the game could have gone differently. So good decision making, even when you should probably expect 6 to open with helicopters, and they did with the Avengers, but could have gone quite differently in the opener, I think.
Yeah, two Luftsturmjägers killed off enemy 8 here by a VADS in the middle did play a big role in the center holding as well. But really good game. I'm pretty excited for game number 2 between these two because this was a hard fought one and some good planning on both sides, I think, for this match. Well executed plays and uh, yeah, just one big deciding fight not going R's favor here, costing them the game, together with the real line flank that Boy executed perfectly. But R reacted immediately as well too, so like this wasn't a big plunder on our side. Like that real line action can happen. They reacted immediately, killed it. But with the center push of the D64s falling apart, that was what cost them the game. And yeah, Boy up 1-0. Let's see if they can make it a 2-0 or if can get the draw in game number 2.
Pause. Protos, isn't it nice to not have two legs? I just remembered. Like, so many two legs games. We have so much to say about this. Imagine if these games were played on two legs.
It would be a big shame. I'm really happy that Two Legs is out of the map pool. Thanks of all of you for not voting Two Legs. See you all in game number 2. we return. Game number 2. Tata Boy up 1-0 after a really clutch game 1. And I'm pretty excited for the matchup here in game number 2 as well. We have a lovely, lovely map of Kryder with a matchup that I have enjoyed a couple of times now. And we have seen it as Tata Boy brings around, I think, their premium division. I think this is Tata Boy's best division here. First UK Armored versus 20th Panzerna on the other side. And back in the day of OP 20th Panzerna, this would have been pretty one-sided, I think. But those times have been over. 20th Panzerna has been put into place. I think First UK has been nerfed slightly as well with the nerf to the Warrior Applique lately. That finally got its deserved 65-point price point. It's still the best IV in the game. So I'm happy to see that we have it from the get-go here as well. The last time we saw First UK, we saw it completely without Warrior Applique. And I was screaming the whole match where the hell the Warrior Appliques are. So good to know that Tata Boy knows what's good. And it's going to be interesting to see what we see here from because that opener is kind of looking like an air opener. Oh no, okay, there come the T-55s. So it's seemingly a classic Boris opener from both sides.
Yeah, a Boris landing, as I like to say, because it's very difficult to get into Boris outside of the opener. So people just kind of do the Omaha Beach thing in the forest. Importantly, Tatar Boy getting the first pick, the 20th, is the counter pick to the First UK. And First UK, of course, known for being a British division, which means it gets pretty good air, it gets a nice amount of helicopters, and reasonably strong infantry. Not among that reasonably strong infantry are Zero Vet Terriers Para, which in these Carl Gustavs have good weapons, but decent enough weaponry, but Zero Vet forward deployment units not really capable of contesting, not even against standard line infantry. SAS Patrol are more so, but they are also, of course, specialized recon units, not frontline combat units necessarily. Still more than enough to fight off a Ros Specialny. And the Salamandras are going to be, instead of the British investing into the helicopters, we're going to get the Salamandras, which are the Polish helicopters with the Maljutkas. No anti-air helicopter missiles here for the Polish. So pure just rockets trying to do a full-scale, fast, honker, honk attack with the Salamandras doing the damage, and then the honkers likely just trying to go even further into the back.
But I think the Carrier Paras, this is one of the few matchups where they actually make sense. And they're coming out here. I like that. Usually we advise people to not bring them, but I think they're gonna be at Boris fast enough to not get honkered. So this is interesting. This might be the counterplay. We have a sniper in the north that is not quite the counterplay, I think. Together with the Rover Milan, that might still work out to stop the honker, therefore at least moving on forward though. So Gregory will fall to R, but I think Bravo, Boris here, is looking decently well for Tata Boy. I like the Challenger Mark III in the south as well. That trades really well against T-55s, which on on the normal range just can't penetrate even. They have to get into 1,300 or no, 1,500 meter range to actually start doing damage, whilst the 20 pen of the Challenger Mark III can start to eliminate them quite quickly. And yeah, the Warrior Applique with the Milan 2, great as well. I'm a bit worried about this opener here for R, actually. This looks like Tata Boy might have the right forces here at the right spot.
Yeah, I think the honkers are going to take a lot of ground, but the question of is that going to end up being anything? Because the British can bring out stuff fast. They can bring out stuff in fast ground transports. They can bring out the helicopters, the Lynxes. So them losing a little bit of ground and leaving behind recon to spot for it, it's not the worst thing.
Carrier Para actually moved a bit too far into the forest and got killed off by the Specialny's RPG 7VL. And the V2 URP Salamandra is doing some damage. We have the Javelin LML now coming around though, pushing it back. The SAS Patrol will be the Ros Specialny. We have Saperji Stormovi, pretty good units for the forest fights. On the other side, Assault Pioneers, decent shock units as well, but they don't have any CQC weapon there. They have Carl Gustav instead. The T-55s moving in. Terrier Para and the Assault Pioneers with Carl Gustav can deal decent damage there. But it's SU-22 rocket coming around, going deep here, and yeah, going too deep. Spectre up here with an easy early kill. Honker Rus and Malyutka P now with a good flank in the south. This is key. I like that Tata Boy plays defensively in the north, doesn't try to do anything there outside of just holding ground. The Boris is the way that you have to play here, together with the forward deploy. That all looks pretty decent. Javelin LML gets shot down by Malyutka. The Salamandra starts to hunt down the Scout's Law and the Rovers. So that's a bit dangerous. Javelin LML number 2 now trying to rotate around, but the Malyutka P finds Daz as well. And 20th Panzerna starts to get its normal thing on board again. The pure push power of the Polish, the cost efficiency in the early game, it has been nerfed a good couple of times. It is still really powerful. Challenger showing side armor right now. Doesn't get sighted there. So that is fortunate. T-55A goes down. Challenger still can hold the line around here. Hellarm coming around with 2 Gazelle rockets. Has to be careful though. Honker Rus with its special forces annihilates helicopters. Yeah, unarmored helicopters can't just fly on top of this. Honker Rus just massacres it. And that's a bit of an issue there as well. Tornado kills the helicopter in the middle, but that's not cost efficient. Another Honker Rus going deep on the top side. Gazelle rockets now finding the Honker, killing it off. Second Hellarm can come around now, kill off the Malyutka. But a couple of annoying losses here for Tata Boy. I don't think their position here is terrible, but they have to start to be a bit careful here. Rover Milan doesn't find the Honker Rus in the north. And the center position is nice for the Polish. Question is, can the Challenger plop be brought up here? Because the Polish, they have a bit of a lack of good ATGMs. So if you can set up the Challenger plop, then that can beat the T-72s relatively reliably in the mid and late game.
Yeah, the 2 track rapiers already have paid for themselves basically by denying early MiG-21 play. The having just 1, it can deter enemy planes, but having 2 can actually get the kills. And you want to have the AA on the ground before you're going to have a bunch of juicy targets for aircraft, such as Challengers Mark II and 3. The first Polish tank, the T-72 M2 Wilk, is moving in and deploying pretty defensively here. The Malutkas are not enough against the Challengers. They do side shot damage maybe, but the missile is very slow, so it's unlikely they're gonna get those. And they do suppression damage, of course, but once again, missile slow, so it's more likely if they're gonna hang around for the Challengers to get an accurate shot against them. Honker Rus up north, targeting a Hellarm here. Interestingly, might actually also get this one. Yes, it does. 50 cal machine guns and 20mm autocannons and 30mm as well. Trade scale really, really well with bonuses such as veterancy and special forces. So that's what we're seeing here. And the Polish are immediately on a defensive stance despite controlling so much of this ground. The Warrior Appliques and Challenger force is, if they can get good engagements, there is very little that the Polish can do. So the Polish are probably going to try to just kind of avoid the engagements. Meanwhile, building up the support element to actually, the tanks and the support to actually deal with this. The Dana has been bought now, and the Dana will be nice in dealing with some of these infantry units for sure, but its firepower is not good enough to actually change the situation.
Jaguar Base, which is barely surviving there. But Malyutka P engages the Striker. Striker should smoke off, does lose that, will survive here. Important for Tata Boy. Has double Challengers now on the front line. The Malyutka P in the south, still alive. That one can be annoying in the later stages. And never has been spotted. But the Challenger now gets some good damage against the T-55. Challenger Mark III actually takes a side shot, so has to be a bit careful now as well. Supply situation not great for either side currently on the front line. There is a one on the way for A. There is none on the way or on the front line right now for Tata Boy. gets a CV in here as well. Both sides having a CV in the south now, but not really getting anything out of it so far. Just a draw in points now. Still 0 points for R here, who now pushes forward with the Malyutka P. Will find the tractor up here with that. Tractor up here immediately smokes off, but into the wrong direction, but can move into it. And yeah, something needs to be done about that. The Honkaroos in the north got rocketed down by the Gazelle rockets. The supply trucks need to be coming in the south. The first UK still maybe needs a bit longer for fully getting its combined arms up. That might be something that R can exploit to get better control over center. But long term, I like the chances here for Tata Boy with the combined arms that they can set up here.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, Malutka taking out an SAS squad. That's a pretty nice kill. Already the second recon, it's killed. Now if they can take the Bedford, it's gonna take some time for the Assault Pioneers to get into anywhere. The issue here for the Polish is that this is a very thin like area of engagement. The way to deal with the British tanks, and the fact that the British rely on their ATGMs is to have wider engagements, to build up concaves. You have numbers of Malutkas, of cheaper units, and weaker tanks in numbers. And you use your suppression advantage and your terrain advantage to basically force the British to move back, because their tanks are so slow that they can't really risk just sitting back there and taking imperfect engagements. But if the engagement is really straightforward, and there are no flanks that realistically can be taken, then the challengers are just better than their enemies' tanks, even better than the Wilks. And the Wilks are now in really close ranges, and that might be the little bit of edge to kill this warrior applique, maybe, and maybe threaten the enemy and push them slightly further back, but without actually like building up the center area and taking hold and control and widening the area which the British are gonna have to deal with. I think you're correct. This is the Challenger blob is developing really fast. Yeah, that Wilk taking out the kill there.
The Dana moving forward though, that can be nice. And yeah, the Gazelle rockets here now, they could be nice on the front line as well. The ZU-23s are annoying though, and at the AKR, just grabbing the center, getting the +2 now, that's gonna be annoying. The Challengers slowly repairing. They're not the greatest fire support tanks, so the infantry fights you need to win with your warriors and maybe your bombers. The first bomber came in, but the Jaguar did survive. Will be out for repair for a long while though. The rockets currently just being a bit stuck, and armored rifles here falling back slowly. The Challengers currently not being utilized really to get any kills. The flanking position here is just better for the Polish around Bravo right now, and that's a bit of a problem that Boy has to play Bravo right now, or Boris, and doesn't really have the setup to really do this.
Yeah, the Dana is maybe a little bit of overkill, but just the fact that Dana does exist here gives an inherent power to the recon GSR that is in the front line, and it's important to do all the damage you can before fighting the enemy straight on. You don't have that flanking ability right now. You don't have the bombers at as far as we know. Maybe they are getting built up on the back line there. So just artillery is kind of what you're left with, and you want to make sure that if the engagement's going to happen, at least one of the enemy tanks is off position repairing or something.
Yeah, and the ZU-23 there killing off the infantry of the enemy quite nicely. We have a rifle leader now getting into the middle. The northern defensive line is holding out okay. Tata Boy now bringing in an M109 of their own. So they won't be able to keep up pace with the Dana. Dana just has better killing power. So if you really want to get into that as an artillery grind, you have the worst tree lines here right now. You have the worst cover. The enemy had better chances of spotting you, especially with GSR infantry of theirs being fully set up, and your SAS here not currently being around anymore. So the Challenger, being the next victim here, gets hit pretty hard. Started moving a good bit too late. Might just get got here. That would be massive. Yeah, goes down to that salvo of the Dana fire. And yeah, now the M109 is up to do a lot of work here as a counterpart. And I'm not sure it can really do that. Warrior Pleeks coming up here towards the front line. And I'm not sure what the plan is to kill this forest right now. I feel like you would have needed to play a bit around it, maybe pushing center harder and then trying to cut off Boris from the north part or so. Because just trying to face grind this into Boris right now doesn't feel like the right direction, because first UK doesn't really have the tools to clear the forest with like rocket artillery or massive M110s or anything. Like, you maybe can do it with your bombers, but there are enough cubes on the other side to likely prevent that as well. So I'm not sure what the plan is here for Tata Boy on how to actually get into the forest. And if you don't have a plan for that, your situation here is pretty terrible.
Yeah, the infantry killing power seems to be in the Gazelles and the Appliques, and it's not that bad. Now that the Rospegial and GSR are getting spotted, all the warrior Appliques and Gazelles are moving in here. Oh, here comes the AT planes!
One of them goes down. 22 AT number 2 coming around. Challenger Mark 3 still alive. Gets hit once, gets hit twice. Tracker appears. Can they retaliate? Another Challenger Mark 3 is already on the way, so that shouldn't allow breakthrough, but not killing that S-22 would be pretty tragic. Gets the kill with the tornado. So, in the end, this is okay for Tata Boy, just on the weight level kind of things. Having eliminated the S-22s means that you have a bit more freedom now to move your tanks and your IFVs around without having to worry about them intercepting your units in a push. But there is no push right now. Like, this is the big problem. There is no push. The Warrior Pleeks now trying to push forward into the Sapersi Stormovi, but T-55s and any infantry hit could stop that. Warrior Pleeks are not here to help out pushing. And this is not where you can play out your ATGM advantage. Like, the zone where you can play out your ATGM advantage is center and north of center. Or Boris when you get behind Boris, either through the south or the north. But neither of these things happens, and in a head-on engagement, this is peak T-72 range, this is peak T-55 range, whilst it's absolutely not peak Warrior Pleek range, and neither are two Warrior Pleeks paying the price for that. Without achieving all that much, they got one Sapersi Stormovi killed off, but the infantry of Tata Boy there died as well, and now we have two more challengers coming in, but they don't have any support anymore. No recon, no infantry here whatsoever. The head-on charge into Boris continues, but it's a bit headless at this point.
Yeah, the Danas have been upvetted, twice upvetted now, for a reload time of 33 seconds and aim time of under 16 seconds. So these are, and with the double salvo, they can reliably kill even armored vehicles, and with good lucks, even tanks. And even though there are still a bunch of tanks around, Tatar Boy already has bought the first Chieftain Mark 11, and maybe speaking of lacking the good stuff already, or at least not having the funds to actually keep buying them. And I think the soft underbelly of A's attack is in the middle. The highway and the north area of Gregory, that's requires too much investment, and there's too much support equipment for Tatar Boy to realistically push. But attacking the middle here and trying to secure the other flank of Boris, I think it's the way that should be that Tatar Boy could go. And now Tatar Boy's armored rifles are engaging Piekota's mech SVDs. Is trying to push this and is gonna do that successfully. But there are so many armored vehicles, just moving two of them and a little bit of artillery support, I think the center could be secured. Now, the problem is that there is so much for the Polish here that any kind of wavering could lead to a catastrophic loss of even more tanks. So I think Tatar Boy's just gonna keep on doing this. They're just gonna probably waiting for some kind of a cluster bomber to really help this engagement go forward.
Chieftain Mark 11s are knights behind the challengers. The challengers draw the fire. The chieftains have the same firepower of 18 pen guns. So they start to be cost efficient when you have the Challenger Mark 3 in front of them. I really like that composition. Challenger Mark 3s and a couple of chieftains can be quite nice. And they got a good tank engagement here. Zone is completely red right now. +2 is still going on. So you need to get into this forest here eventually. And I feel like you have to kind of set this up with a suicide charge of 3-4 bombers here. You might lose 1, you might lose 2, but you need to clean out this forest. So I feel like double Jaguar, 1 tornado, just charging in and then having 2-3 infantry units to just clean it out together with your challengers. And then you can breathe freely again, but you need something big and bombastic to clean out this forest. And currently we don't see that, and yeah, challengers just don't do that. You don't want to push with them into forest. They don't have the HE output because they only have 1 MG or 2 MGs, but no, the challengers only have 1, right? The chieftains have 2, but that's still only light MGs, no heavy MGs here, and they show side armor there. They don't get side shotted. The chieftain gets gunned down. The Chelly's not really there to help out right now, though. Warriors trying to move around. Chelly gets hit up by BMP once, and yeah, Warrior Bleak goes down. Chelly's shooting at infantry right now, but the other 2 are being stressed out in the north. This is a weird fight. No bombers coming in. Like, if you force the enemy to move all their units in, why don't you send a bombing hit run right now? The Jaguars should even be repaired at this stage again. And, like, this is the concentration of forces that you want to have, but it's not getting punished. Not even the M109 is firing right now. The Danas on the other side are firing to try to catch off the enemy. The infantry is coming up, but again, no bombing run, and that makes this impossible to capture. This is where you need your bombers. And I'm not sure why Tata Boy hasn't brought in the bombers.
Yeah, I think could have been a little bit of the tank tunnel vision of not wanting, okay, here comes HE2, which is one of the decent enough bomb load with 500 kilogram bombs.
Oh, but it stops. It doesn't even get a line of sight. It gets pushed hit by the cube and gets pushed back. The SU-22 on the other side gets killed off. Like, the AA situation is not the issue here for Tata Boy, but his own air. Like, if he would have had 2-3 bombers here at this stage, he could have cleaned out the whole forest with that. And instead, he invested into a bit more infantry into the center, and there we have a GG. And yeah, Tata Boy just surrendering. They weren't that far behind in kills, but the position on the map was just not great, and I feel like they maybe overestimated the enemy AA network there or something, but like without something explosive, like artillery, like bombs, without some big bangs, you're not gonna get that forest back. If you don't have superior infantry, and you don't have a superior infantry here in this matchup. You have solid infantry, but it's not superior.
Yeah, like psychologically, I think the tank tunnel vision is really easy to get into. You look at your enemy and you think, well, I have the better tanks. Now, the only thing I need to make sure is that the enemy doesn't have more of them than I do, and we're just gonna keep on winning this. And then you get locked down to buying more of the tanks, and then you get the lose few, so you gotta buy another one, and then you lose one, and you gotta buy another one. And the Danas were a menace, double Dana menace, like removing the warrior appliques and constantly being being firing. You said about the last game that there were so many moments when the Hyacinth was just not doing anything, and like artillery wasting time is on artillery wasted, and this artillery was so incredibly worthwhile. And the because I would have thought that if you're in that situation as the first UK player and the enemy is not giving you the decisive tank battle, You don't need to take that battle. You can contain. You can put in the Milan 2s. You can put in your strikers, and you can put some infantry recon there, and let them do bad trades against these defensive units. You don't need to push your tanks into that forest. You can take your tanks and you can put them on a different part of the map. That's not something that the Polish could really realistically do there. The Polish were kind of forced to be in that situation because that was the win condition, and just completely letting the middle go into like two infantry unit pushes by the Polish. The challengers were kind of wasted there. I mean, took some really good engagements, and I thought that they were not gonna win that especially early on when there were challenger numbers. But I think really it is the tunnel vision sickness happening here. And if you get tunnel visioned when the enemy is playing the Polish, which means that they're gonna get the Honkerus early land grabs, uh, you're gonna be in a bad position. You're eventually gonna get flanked.
Yeah, and GGVP here for getting that match back. If we ever look into Division 2 now, at this stage, we have what we already looked at with Penna and Tibet. Penna and Novomir still having to play on the first bracket. That will happen later today. TYS already through. Solulus Gunter depending on the Penna game there. And the game that we just had a look at, that decided that Tata Boy will get first in this group here. And the big question is between Golden Panzer and Edbe, but I believe that game doesn't matter because best Edbe can achieve would be getting. Who is this lost to? This was to Tata Boy. So Golden Panzer and Adler actually drew. If Golden Panzer wins against Edbe, there might be a time will be a tiebreaker need between Adler and Golden Panzer, but Edbe can't make it out of this group stage anymore because they lost to Adler, and that would be the tiebreaker. So Edbe needed a win here. They didn't quite get that. Still a good show here. A really strong group for sure. And yeah, Group D, we unfortunately have the Medinator's GPU just died, so we will have to give that to Pasta, and it will be Greyhound and Pasta advancing in Group D. Unfortunately, Medinator not making it out due to technical difficulties and his tendency to play his group stage games a bit late. So that technical difficulty together with that killed his run here. I, as someone who has him in his fantasy league, are a bit sad about that, but that happens. And yeah, we now gonna move on to group Division 3, where we will have Dojar Dudayev versus Trisco for us. So quick break, and then we're gonna we'll be back with that one. And here we go with Trisco versus Zojak Dudayev. Zojka Dudayev?
Zokhar.
Zojka, okay. Dudayev. And yeah, versus Trisco here in game number 1. Interesting matchup. Trisco coming in with one of first airborne, and on the other side we have one of the best performing divisions this season. It's not 4% win rate anymore, but it is still doing really well, and that is the 16th Panzer of the Belgian, doing a fantastic job so far, and really performing like it should be. I think this division was highly overlooked for a while, and it got buffed a couple of times because of that on the rear end as well. And picks and bans here, in general, relatively standard. Omen as map number 1 here, and Mount River as map number 2. Mount River really becoming a fan favorite. And we had a random ban here by Johar Dudayev with the Division 2 Rhine. I guess that was just because they picked too late. And then on the other side, first, the brunette here is an interesting ban. That might be a direct ban against the enemy. 20th Panzerner and 39th make perfect sense. Div Mob and First Canadian, fine bans as well. And yeah, I like this matchup. I like this matchup from both sides to some degree. This is a map where 16th is better than a lot of the other mechanized forces because their air or their forward deployment of the Luxembourgian battalion that they have can go quite far, moving into Bravo. But the Leopard ones are still pretty cost efficient and can be spread out relatively thin. But Mono First can just use their light forces and their helicopters with the space they have, the air force of theirs, with the good fighters, good fast fighters, can dominate the enemy aircraft and allow your helicopters to maneuver around. So this should be interesting. And I'm also liking what we see here from both sides as openers. These look pretty robust.
Yeah, so very interesting choices here from Trisco, a unit you very rarely see, which is the 5-man Aero Fire Team 84. This is a 35-point unit with a single machine gun and 80 launcher, and you very rarely see this because you have so many good cards in 101st, but what you don't have is an affordable alternative to kind of fill the gaps. And this unit getting taken with Upvet, I don't think I've ever seen this before, but I like it. I like the fact that, 5-man squad may not be able to perform really, but if it meets somebody 1v1, at least it has the Upvet advantage there. Also, Chinooks with 13-man Aero Squad GSR, which is a 100% unit with full-on recon stats with the GSR coming in on a 50-point transport. So that's a big old investment. And units so expensive, it rarely gets played. But if you want to do the maximum offense in attack aggro in this division, this is a forward deploying, helicopter deployed 13-man unit.
Eagle showing
mega stealth.
Eagle showing the F-16 who's boss, the Belgian F-16 with the bad sidewinders, not standing a chance against the high ECM, even 2 versus 1. The F-16 got caught off a bit off guard, so they were coming in piecemeal, and the first one got hit, pushed back, the second one went into a head-on as well and got killed by the F-15 there. The air scouts here and the air rifles likely going to be able to unload. Ooh, one of them barely landing in time, but all of them alive. The quick fix does survive here, getting hit once, but if you now get it low, you should be able to keep it alive as well. It's currently running. Really should get back into cover. Pivot's moving into the south and get an aggressive push here with the air rifles protected by the F-15. Working out so far. The southern units getting into position, and I like this contest of Bravo. Both sides will bring a VADS or pivot into the center here as infantry fire support, so that should equalize out as well. The 50 cal there could be helpful in those engagements too, and I really like this opener from Trisco, but the white map here still getting played pretty well by our player on the left side, so this is an okay spot for the 16th Belgian as well.
Yeah, it's relatively rare to see a full-on attack on the middle, but I guess if you're playing 101st, then you can open with 13-man infantry squads.
Ooh, F-15
Like,
with another flank on the F-16s here. The F-16's trying to go into the middle. One of them now comes in behind. The first one gets damaged quite hard. The Mercip now really trying to hunt down the F-15. It's not good enough at turning as a bomber. It already fired its AIM-9Ms. And the F-15 is the faster plane. Will get out alive. Really nice idea there. Really good micro from Trisco again. Doesn't quite work out. Only one missile on target on the F-16, and good reaction with the Mercip from the Belgians here. But the center now in an interesting spot. Issue for Trisco, nothing there to deal with tanks just yet. He has an M1IP rolling up, but currently the Leo 1 BEs can shoot up his units with impunity. So he has to stay out of line of sight of the tanks in the north, and that gives Dudayev here a bit of room.
yeah, the thing is, like trying to win the infantry fight in the opener or an infantry town fight in the opener is very difficult on Bravo here because this town is, among other things, surrounded by a bunch of fortifiable locations. It can be bypassed pretty well, even though there are these industrial these farm buildings, and there's also a highway going from the middle of it. So a lot of like things to kind of slow down the fights early on. So all of these infantry fights, I mean, the Fusiliers got cut down pretty badly. Those 8-man squads going against 13-man squads with upvets for the aero rifles. So of course the Americans are going to win this handily, but are they going to win this in a way that they can actually exploit and do something? Because the Leopard pack is realizing that it can pretty safely just take out, start targeting the reinforcement roads from the northeast position, and they're already facing an M1IP, which is the tank of 101st.
Loud
M1IP
immediately.
significantly
Gets the first kill. Has to be careful that it doesn't show side armor. PADS goes down. Ooh, doesn't get hit there. That could have been a potential side shot. Is now pretty stunned down. Gets a kill on one Leo and should just now retreat and regain its cohesion, get repaired. But second one, M1IP already on the way, and that shoots down the Leo 1 movement there. And yeah, the center seems to be full on in control for Trisco. That will give Trisco the +1 in the midterm, and that makes it a bit more annoying for the Belgians, and they need to invest into a more cohesive, bigger mechanized core now, with AFV autocannons as a big part of that, together with more Leo 1s that can just outnumber and then start to outgun the M1IP, as they have decent penetration.
Yeah, this is the thing is that Dudayev does have a lot of good, cheap mechanized units and reserve infantry that they can use to contain Bravo. And even with the containment, it's not that difficult to just get into that corner right there on the left side and contest the point if absolutely necessary. But there's very little from Trisco right now preventing the AIFVB C-25s, which are the really good against infantry, cheap infantry fighting vehicles, and the reservists, which are 9-man squads for 35 points, compared to the Aero Fire Team, which is a 5-man squad for the same price. The Belgians are capable of kind of dealing with this without it having turning into a catastrophe. But looking at these reinforcements, yeah, basically, the Belgians are going on the attack. The containment. All of these units, these are not for containment. The Belgians are moving into the forested hill northeast of Bravo. That's where they're deploying already. The tanks and the mech found out that this is a safe area. There are 2 Eagles for Trisco, which is a huge investment in points, and probably exactly because they know that the Belgians are really good at pressing the advantage by using these bombers and to take out crucial units that they can't immediately fight. If, for instance, heavy bomb load drops on the IP Abrams, that can be a huge boon for the Belgians and just give them so much ground. The Belgians are like the true cavalry division, not the 11th horse. They basically they attack and they have to keep going. If you stop them for too long, their low tech is gonna start hurting. Now, mech fusiliers are moving into the town, and mech fusiliers are only 7-man squads. So even with the fire support, they're not in the best, not the best units to deal with this. But they do have 3 machine guns per team, so they do have a limited amount of fire support, though of firepower. Air rifles, 84, though, cutting them down very quickly.
Yeah, VADS here, trying to help out as much as possible. No Gepards out here yet, and the F-16 gets shut down once more by the F-15s. Apache gets killed off. That is a pretty important kill. Mech Rifle Fusiliers trying to push forward, get shut down, and the Fusiliers get into the zone, but there is enough firepower here for Trisco that I think they can hold out. The AFVs have to be careful. M1IP pushed pretty deep. The GSR should allow them to... yeah, the Leo 185s have been spotted on their way to try to flank this. There are no other no other Leos to flank the M1IPs from the other side. No HGMs to flank the M1IP from the other side. So the Aero Scout GSR ambushing this whole Scimitar Leo 1AB BE push here work out quite nicely. They got a kill on one of them immediately with the Law side-shotting them. And now the M1IP can push to kill the other one. And this is currently not really moving well for our player in blue. The 101st Airborne, it has been out of the meta for a while. It is now in a decent cost efficiency spot, and it is also in a decent spot with the maps currently going on, allowing their white and light forces to do pretty well against the heavier divisions, to give their helicopters a bit of range again as well. And M1IP now starting to clean up stuff. That one going down in price a bit helped out the cost efficiency a good bit as well. And I'm a bit worried for the 16th Belgian here right now.
Yeah, I mean, the 101st was picked as a counter pick, so you gotta assume Trisco does know how the Belgians function, and the amount of IP Abrams out there early on really speaks of wanting to just not have to deal with the Belgian fire support. The infantry can fight off Belgian infantry, even if it's not efficient. They can always do that, but the AIFVs and the Leopards, just if you keep those numbers down, Belgians are going to lose steam really quickly. But with the amount of recon vehicles and the ability to move around the place, I think it's possible for Dudayev to, before losing the game, to try to move into the southern position of Gulf, or even try to threaten India, which is the back point. Obviously, threatening India is the reason you invest infantry into this forest hill area. But as long as there are helicopters and not good enough air supremacy for the F-16 to hunt them down, those helicopters, this MH-60 DAP, Spec Ops choppers here moving in, they will like really quickly destroy infantry units. And the lack of Mistrals in the front line is a kind of a problem. The VADs can do that duty and they can do that well, but they don't move as fast as infantry, so they're always going to be behind.
Yeah, Gepards would be helpful here as well with their longer ranges, but the Mistral it would be helpful there as well with good range there. The first Gepard B2 now coming in. The F-15s here starting to really patrol. The one cluster bomber getting an M1IP. That's a pretty annoying there for Trisco. Situation in the north was about to get really good when that happened, and now the Dudayev actually was able to get the northern farm estate there under control, and they had to fall back to the southern part of the center zone. Alpha and Golf not really being focused by either side. A really defensive play by Trisco in the north as well. I like that. I think it would have been the split that couldn't have worked if they tried to get into Delta as well. That's something that we have seen many times with American divisions, that they just can't overextend. Their infantry is too expensive, as we talked about. Even the Aerofire team's costing 35 points here. And now we see double Green Beret ODA coming in. And those special forces, they can clean up the forest quickly. They are the best infantry unit when it comes just to pure stats in the game. 14 men, special forces, sniper rifle, 2 MGs, 84 with 8 rounds as well. They can just murder shit, but they need some support as well. The DAB now coming around with its autocannon, run into a VADS, not able to really do anything here. That's a bit of a problem. Losing the depth there once more, slowing down things, and Dudayev starts to really get the 16th into the driving seat, and that's where 16th feels the best.
Yeah, this is 16th. Despite losing a lot of the mech units, those mech units are numerous and cheap. It is an armored division after all. So, and as long as the 25mm guns keep firing, as long as the leopards keep hanging around and doing damage and acting as a threat.
Oh, M1IP gets side-shotted.
Oh, that was bad.
The auto no, it turns also it was facing a really weird rear. It wasn't facing the layups at all. It was like backing back into them. I don't know what exactly happened there maneuvering wise through those buildings, but yeah, you can't afford losing M1IPs like this. You don't have all that many of them. So that loss does hurt a lot. Leo 1A5 BEs being engaged in the north has to smoke off against the TOW2. TOW2 can one-shot them, so that's a really nice unit here to have around as well. M1IP now lights up some reservists. That's still helpful, but the Leo 1BE and the AFV in the middle now can do a lot of harm. No helicopter around to deal with them. We have some artillery there, but yeah, no helicopter, no tanks. That is a bit of an issue.
Yeah, and counter battery has been prepared by Dudayev. Dudayev is holding fire right now, and maybe waiting for confirmation that it's just been given that the artillery is still there. Trisco gets these 155mm howitzer, but does not get anything heavier. If these things get got, they are already upwetted to 1, and then the Humvee CP puts them into 2. Just getting those kills early on would be really nice. Belgian infantry is relatively cheap, partly because they get absolutely horrendous AT weapons, but even then, you don't want to just kill them for free. Oh, Dudayev investing into a second SPG, but why is the first one not firing yet? Maybe it was forgotten.
Yeah, he also lost his cluster HE bomber F-16. The F-15 coming in just in time, and the final missile just before it got out killed it, rightfully so. 2 F-15s there doing their job. Leo 1A5BE gets killed off by the TOW2 there as well, so Trisco bringing the kill balance really back into their favor, and the infantry of Dudayev pushing a bit too hard together with the IFVs in the center, running into dragon range, so a couple of units there dying to the air rifle dragons, and that makes the whole life here a bit easier as well for Dudayev. Now supply truck going down here, Gepards getting pushed back, and the CV of Dudayev in trouble. Trisco really getting the 101st back into where they want to be in the center. The northern flank, the Green Berets now starting to execute their push as well. So that might become a problem for Dudayev too. F-15s and Phantoms in the sky dominating now against the air of 16th. So that is out of the question now as well. You can't really use planes here anymore as Dudayev. Ooh, Phantom does go down to the Gepards, but the Green Beret ODA is about to push on top of them. Can't run into VADS. Will they get the 84 shot out? They will get the aim. Gepard does get missed. Oh no. VADS just annihilating the first Green Beret ODA there. Gepard goes down afterwards, but the VADS doing its job. Will get under artillery fire afterwards. Yeah, those things might be slightly overtuned right now. Go down right after. Dragon pushing deeper. Arrow Scout GSR pushing towards the Pioneers. Get the kill there as well. M1IP pushing against the reservists. Will get a kill there as well. But the Aero Scouts GSR north of it, clean up the CV. So the tick finally, it looked like Trisco was about to get the middle for so long. They finally do that, finally get the +1, and start to catch up to the point lead that Dudayev got right at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, this is Dudayev's infantry reinforcements are worryingly all going back into the middle, where I think that just having like 2 of those units move in and try to do some kind of an incursion down south would be a good usage of resources. But those ODAs would, I was just looking at in awe how they're just eliminating every single squad that came after them. The shock of 14 man just opening fire on you, the stress, the cohesion hit is so big that it basically does a very quick cohesion snowball where the target enemy infantry squad, if it's fighting alone against the ODA, loses its fighting capacity so fast that the ODA can just win those fights without even losing a guy sometimes, or losing one guy out of 14. And that's a really, really hard target for Trisco. Very fun to see that how the VADs worked out there, but this should be the signal to Dudayev that you gotta go somewhere else. I mean, we of course see how incredibly invested Trisco is in just good infantry and expensive helicopters, and also artillery into the middle. And Dudayev should be the more proactive player here and try to find out where the enemy's weaknesses are. And it's possible to win it head on, but it's also like you are playing it exactly the way that the enemy kind of wants you to. We're seeing smoke mortars cut off the fire support, so the mech fusiliers out there are just fighting alone against these better, stronger infantry squads. And now as the mech is pushing forwards, the Apache ATGF has and the dragons, they pushed into the dragon range. That is so good from Trisco. So good, because the dragon range of 1200 meters is lower than the autocannon range of 1700 meters.
Yeah, that's where the 2 M109s could have been really helpful right now for Dudayev. Killing off the infantry. They now start firing, but they weren't firing within the fight itself. So that was an issue there. And that means that both sides here now in trouble. As what's going on? The planes in the south getting shut down again. F-15's doing a good job. The helicopters in the middle in a good spot as well. The Gepards and the VADS pushed back. There don't seem to be any Mistrals in this one. And Trisco with such a heavy lead in the center, I'm having a hard time seeing how Dudayev is breaking that. And with the helicopter and with the F-15 air advantage that Trisco has, I also don't really see how Dudayev can easily push anywhere else right now, because they will just get run down by Apaches if they do so, unless they bring enough Gepards, but that would be a massive investment, which means that at that point, Trisco likely can push somewhere else. So the situation currently really dicey for our player in blue.
Yeah, it's the milk is already on the ground, so to speak. The Trisco, I personally would have not invested as much fighting 101st at the best ground for 101st, which is town fight defense and like forest hill defense. Those there are other angles that could have been moved. The early on in the game, when Dudayev got a bunch of free movement around those parts, I think that made him too confident. And by the time Trisco could gather up the 150 points or whatever it is, a little bit more actually, because the Chinook is armed, but when could get the points for those ODAs, like at that point, no amount of fire support realistically was doing that. The like leaving, letting the infantry and some artillery just keep the enemy busy in the middle.
Oh no, Gepards just showing themselves, getting killed off by Humvee here. So the anti-helicopter situation is getting worse as well. They got a kill onto one Deb. The Apache did escape though, and yeah, that means just as long as there's enough helicopters around, there is no option for flanking play here, and that is just a massive, massive issue for
And
both sides.
finally, 12 minutes in, Trisco finally reinforces the point of golf. And like I said, I think there should have been a proper investment of mech into mech-friendly territory with proper investment of like cheap, well-trading infantry, like reservists with artillery support holding the middle and keeping the enemy busy, and then just trying to find some other range. But when the fire support was squandered, the fire support was squandered. And it was unfortunate to see the Belgians go this way, but the Belgians were counterpicked. So, and next game, Dudaya will get the counterpick.
Yeah, job well done here by Trisco, and Dive here will have to bring it back in game number 2. Division matchup there gonna be quite interesting as well with Berlin Command out of Trisco. Let's see if they can uh, get their inner pasta la vista channel there to bring the Berlin Command. We usually don't see successful Berlin Command outside of Pasta La Vista's hands. Even Pasta La Vista in tournaments not playing it as well as they usually do on the ladder. So so far this season, Berlin not that hot. The M1 IP got buffed for them a bit. A couple of other small buffs left and right as well. So they are a bit better nowadays again than they have been in the recent past for the most bit. But let's see if they can bring back the real power against one of the big powerhouse divisions here. Second Panzer Command here. Such a amazing division still. And still maybe in need of 1 or 2 small nerfs. But we'll see how this goes. Quick break, guys, and then we're gonna be back with the final game of the day. Trisco versus Dudayev, game number 2. So here we go. Final game of the day. And we have Trisco on the right side with Burcom. And I'm a bit cheering for that because I want to see Burcom succeed. But on the left side, we have second Panzer Grenadier, so I'm a bit critical about that. And if you guys want to have the WARNO League succeed even further, you can do so via Metrino, and you don't even have to pay anything yourself. All you have to do is go to the link, press the claim code button, add 25 cents to a prize for free, just like Daylex did here, and Electric Boo did as well. So much appreciated to all of you guys for your support. And that's not what I wanted to share there in the chat over at YouTube. There you go. No, that's not it either. Okay, but I will have it in a second there for the YouTube chat as well. Let's get back into the action here, and let's get to have some fun here. Thanks there for whoever was clicking in it there last second. It only is a click for you. It is real paid out money to some WARNO players that give us great entertainment here in the WARNO League. If you want to help out the channel yourself directly, obviously the YouTube channel memberships and Twitch subscriptions go a long way. And if you want to watch more of Chloride's channel, check that out over at Twitch, Chloride47 as well. Link to that in the chat right now as well. So let's get back into the action here and let's have some fun.
Yeah, so as you said, we rarely get successful Berlin Command gameplay, period. No additions. We just don't get a lot of it because Berlin Command for a very long time has not been a powerful division. And going against 2nd Panzer Grenadier, this is a true WARNO David and Goliath situation, but with basically the only real strength of Berlin Command being having better line infantry. But that line infantry does not have infantry fighting vehicle support, so even that is a conditional advantage. The 2nd Panzer Grenadier here is getting a forward deployment advantage, and we're already seeing the Fallschirmjäger Aufklärers not being too aggressive, but down south, Fallschirmjägers are trying to cut off the enemy, and will probably be able to do that because even if they get spotted, there's nothing that can actually fight them. Dudayev is doing, interestingly, a Panzer Mercer opener with wanting to fire smoke at there automatically and then most likely push on to Lima. I'm not sure if that's going to happen. Also, Dudayev has an Aufklärer, knowing the lack of fighters and air of Berlin Command, only Harriers. They are sending a UH-1 with an Aufklärer unit and try to get them into the backline, specifically into the tower northeast of Bravo. And the Berlin Command is basically going all in on the top lane, trying to get infantry fights in the infantry fight area, but if they don't immediately start pushing that advantage and start eliminating enemies, the 2nd Panzer Grenadier is going to be able to get cheap and effective martyrs with the Panzer Grenadier loads all over that zone really fast. So every second that Trisco is not doing very, very dedicated aggro, infantry aggro, is a problem. And Dudayev's attack is going forwards here. Aircraft managing to do some damage on the Fallschirmjägers, and as we see the Panzer Mercer smoke already in here, and Dudayev, it's kind of this light rifles barely has an AT weapon, but it is using that AT weapon to fire at the infantry right now, with the Leopards moving in to engage.
Yeah, the Aufklärer in the north is going to be interesting. Also going to be interesting if Dudayev actually can hold out to the AMX-30 and PV in the north. He doesn't have any ATGMs up there. That is just a really weird setup. Only one Milan 2. No Milan 2 in the second church, like in the church in the town, where you usually see an ATGM, or in the silo further north. So that is going to be critical. We have a Tornado Mehrzweckwaffe here, trying to line up a good run that could potentially do a lot of damage. Meanwhile, the light rifles and the snipers do hold out long enough in the south for Trisco to bring in the reinforcements. And the Leopard ones don't seem to be able to get the push, and the smoke might have been counterproductive there. The Panzer Mercer smoke, I think, But Dudayev believed there was more there than there actually was, and now uses the Metzrak buffer here in the south to clean up the light rifle. That will be done, but it's all a bit late here. The reinforcement already on the way. I don't think Lima will fall here. Yeah, now Aufklärers on both sides here coming in UH-1Ds. One in the north will most likely go unspotted. The one in the south likely could be seen here. Harriers flying in. Triple Harrier play here. Trying to deal with tornadoes. Might find the Aufklärer in the south now as well. Mistral hasn't spotted it. The Harriers haven't spotted it either. Tornado and F-16AA flying deep. There are Mistrals around that could help out. There are pivots around that could help out. Tornado gets hit from the Rapier FSA actually. And gets gunned down. F-16 pushed back home as well. Really low on hit points. Gets gunned down as well. Terrible plunder by Dudayev. The UHD spotted now as well. And even though it's going to land, it likely is going to get cleaned up later. The one in the south actually made it through unspotted and is in a good spot.
Yeah, the Aufklärer is one of the better backline units because it's got a pretty nice accuracy AT weapon with 6 rounds, so it can exist there for a long time. And on this map, holding the extra line of sight spotting capacities is pretty crucial. Very, very importantly, Trisco has managed to save Lima, save the back point of Lima, but those points would be the ones probably used to secure X-ray otherwise. So Dudayev here has a chance, if they can manifest a recon, to get into X-ray and start fortifying it while they still can. Meanwhile, the Berlin Rifles and the Light Rifles RCL attack the British and American units respectively, pushing through the limited infantry of North. And now the only thing left defending this is the Fallschirmkalle Milan in the silo tower, taking up shots against the anti-infantry tanks, the AMX-30s and the CEV engineer tanks. The AMX-30Bs are the older variants, which means they do not get kinetic penetrators. Instead, they have heat rounds, and that's why they are so cheap. And if Dudayev starts getting even standard Leopard 1A, 1A1s, they will be able to fight off pretty decently AMX-30s, and Leopard 2s will be just basically unstoppable if you don't consider the TOL 2.
I find it hilarious how neither side has anything close to X-ray right now. The center zone completely open, but that is currently in Trisco's favor. The push in the north is going decently well. He knows about the Fallschirmjägers there. The Foxes and the AMX-30s shouldn't push too deep into that. That might be a bit of an annoying road bump right now until the next Nighthawk can come around. To clean up operations in the south. Humvee actually gets captured here by Dudayev's Aufklärers and is being used as a new recon unit here as well. Just the Humvee driving around behind the enemy lines, trying to get another spotting position there. So that is pretty smart. But yeah, Dudayev could just take X-ray and take that over. Is currently tunnel vision towards the north, where they didn't invest enough. Like one more ATGM or so would have been really, really helpful there to be able to hold off that Fox and AMX-30 push a bit easier. But the situation here is still in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, this is the fact that Trisco is not pushing any further from Papa. Actually, as I say that, they are moving just slightly further up. But yeah, Berlin Command doesn't really have that much sustainability in these situations. It's not, they have PVADs and they have like decent anti-air with the Rapier FSAs and a bunch of Stingers and Mistrals and stuff like that. And they get the standard complement of Milan 2s and TOW missiles. And the Berlin Rifles have great anti-tank weapons with the low 80s. But 2nd Panzer Grenadier is the permanent top-tier division in this game. And that is because they can bring out so much ability for relatively so few points. You need to be on your tip-top to win with kind of a low-end mediocre division like Berlin Command. If Dudayev is allowed to just play a standard game, get out the standard, Eyehawks and the standard Tornadoes, the standard Leopard 1s and Martyrs and Pioneers. That combination is going to be very powerful against this, and the Second Panzer Grenadier most likely can keep up those fights longer than Berlin Command can. Berlin Command is going to have to, they have to use extra. They're going to have, the Harriers are going to have to be really successful, and that's going to be pretty difficult considering Second has both better air and way better anti-air.
Yeah, sniper rifles and Berlin rifles holding out okay right now in the north. I finally realizing that the center is open. The Harrier actually finding some more kill here on the little helicopter in the south. Harriers just really doing a good job at being bait, and could maybe even be used for strafing here. Eyehawk on the other side has been unloaded in the north that can one-shot kill them, so maybe they shouldn't be used aggressively. But if you can find some room for some helicopters to for some Black Hawk action here, that could be big. And you really need those Eyehawks to and the Tornadoes to kill those to kill those Black Hawks. Not those. What was it? Yeah, those F-117 bombers. Those will be deadly otherwise. Laser guided bombs just can't slap everything here. Mehrzweckwaffen coming in. Ooh, this is a good one. Killing off an infantry unit. Will it survive though? No, it won't survive. And that is really annoying now, as the kill was not worth that plane. And I'm not sure if the Dive can push back all the way in the north. He might get a foothold again in Papa. That will stop the tick, and if they can get into X-Ray, which they're about to do, then they will get the tick them home. But yeah, there comes the Nighthawk. Not Blackhawk. Sorry, guys. The F-117 there. Coming in. Stalking. The Tornado is coming close. If the Eyehawk can fire on it, that could be doom, but it doesn't seem to get any other shots at. So Eyehawk gets a hit. Bomb did drop. Bomb did get the kill. Nighthawk is out for a bit, but it's not the end of the world just yet. Alouette spotting a bit against the Aufklärers in the south. CEV and AMX-30s coming around for the southern flank, so this should be good.
Yeah, there's a recon helicopter out of fuel. I don't know if you noticed that. I don't think I've ever seen that happen actually, but down southeast. But yeah, Dudayev having control over the middle here and being able to just, like I said, get that standard unit composition, mechanized firepower for reasonably cheap with a large 10-man infantry squad pioneers out there. This combination in itself was enough to get back into this zone, and because Trisco didn't aggro or send anything really or onto X-Ray, they do have some like recon units that could have been there, maybe just given a little bit of extra map control. But also, I don't think it's bad for Trisco to assume that Dudayev is going to send a Fallschirmjäger there, because Dudayev gets forward deployment. So both of them just called each other bluffs, failed, and Dudayev picked up the pieces by just having more stuff and more mobile stuff on the board. And there's a lot of units for Trisco down south, maybe just a little bit too many. Problem once again is that there are no tanks here that can aggressively attack against Second Panzer Grenadier armor. So if Dudayev wants to counterattack this large force around Lima, it's not going to be that difficult. Dudayev already getting the best artillery piece, or one of the best artillery pieces in the game, and it's targeting around north at the Milan 2. And Trisco is bringing out the M1 eyepiece, the heaviest tank in the division, at 0 veterancy. This is a reasonably big boon to the amount of tanks that you can bring out, but it's a really big hit on those tanks' capabilities, especially against other tanks. If you want to have 0 vet tanks, if you're on defense, or if you want to build large firing lines of fire support, if your tanks are going to be taking hits against other tanks, you don't want them to stun in the middle, you don't want them to lose their rate of fire, and you're also going to have to put them on in danger.
Yeah, we saw two Leo 1A1 being killed in the north, so the tank force there of Dudayev is being heavily depleted. With a bit of smoke play out of the mortars, I feel like Trisco has a good play there. I believe the Blackhawk should come back in strikes towards the south. I don't think it should come back with any further strikes into the center. Sniper in a good spot, M1 IPs moving forward, Eclairs coming forward. And I think the situation here currently is decently under control for Dudayev, but Cisco has more units on the board. They traded better over the last couple of minutes. It's just that Berlin Command is not great at being offensive, so this is going to be interesting.
Yeah, I mean Berlin Command, like the fact that the Berlin Command is gonna have to attack with the M1 IPs here. It's bad. It's a bad situation. Like the Milan 2 can penetrate. It 3-shot kills the IP Abrams front armor, and generally that is enough to apply some kind of pressure. But if the IP Abrams loses its cohesion and gets stunned by the second hit, it's basically a guaranteed kill if it's used against standard ATGMs. And yeah, Dudayev, the amount of points Trisco has invested down south, and the fact that like none of that is really like mobile outside of those fire support tanks, none of that can really do anything. And because winning engagements is about having the right stuff in the right place, and second Panzer Grenadier is just really good at that. Their stuff is relatively mobile. They are not reliant on large overpriced infantry squads that can be taken out by artillery or bombers, or that can walk into the different location. Neither is Berlin Command, but Second Panzer Grenadier even less so. And the two M110s, heavy artillery pieces on board here, is gonna allow for an uptrade, as we can see here, with the single shot basically destroying the cohesion of both the engineer squads already.
Yeah, the MR10 doing a good job here. It kind of needs the Blackhawk to do something. Ooh, the Outclair's even capturing some supplies down south still. And I'm a bit confused that we don't see more aggression from Trisco in the south, seeing how well their fights there went. And I don't think there's much to achieve in the north. Like, even if you win the village there, you're not gonna push all the way towards the rear zone. So that's only a point that gives you back a draw. Meanwhile, the center could give you back more than that. Leo 2A3 here, pushing out a bit too far. Double M1 IP seeing it, Milan 2 seeing it. It likely gonna get away from the Milan 2, or is it? No!
Oh, the side shot.
It stopped moving. It could have just moved away and that would have broken line of sight. It's instead smoked in the wrong direction. Milan 2 finds the side shot. Oh, this actually should be... Like, it can't get any better for Trisco. Trisco now has so much more value on the board. If he can't push with this, he won't be able to push with anything. So, it's now or never for Trisco to at least get the north back under control. Dudayev about to get into draw territory, or is in draw territory, about to get ahead in points. But Trisco will need more than this. Trisco still need to push towards Oscar or towards X-Ray. And the MR10s really will start to make him bleed, so he needs to get in there with more velocity than just dipping in his light rifle leader in the north. This is not going to be a winning move. He needs more kills and needs to use the blood in the water that the Leo 2A3 death has achieved to really get a killing blow here, because currently there is nothing here combined arms-wise on the front line. Dudayev is completely open, but Leo 1s are back on the way. Leo 2A3 leader is on the way. MR10s will constantly hurt you here, and you are not in a good position point lead-wise, so you need to get as many kills as possible out of this situation, and he's not doing that. Trisco being timid, and this is a big issue.
Yeah, this M109 for Trisco is only now starts aiming at the Milan in the tower after the Milan has basically forced the fire support up the northeast to move back. Now artillery hitting that same position, like the 7.62 machine guns in the super cheap 15-point units just engaging infantry on long ranges is the perfect unit here to just keep delaying the enemy. Meanwhile, two Leopard 1s and a Leopard 2 leader is coming in here with Marder and Fuchses bringing down more infantry up there. Reinforcements for Trisco, also Humvees and nice 10-man infantry squads for 65 points, so quite expensive. Trisco buying out a leader tank, the first chieftain coming out here, but even that is going to take a long time. So most likely Dudayev surviving this, not even by the skin of his teeth, but just by the fact that there was it's so difficult to engage this. You don't want to take the risks with your vehicles to destroy the 7.62s because there could be even more ATGMs, even more tanks speaking, and you can't really move up the infantry alone because the 7.62 MGs will cut it down, and you don't want to move the infantry en masse because there are two artillery pieces that can just easily take that away from you.
Yeah, light rifles and foxes engaging in the north now, doing a decent job there. Fox getting the kill, light rifle dealing damage to Leo 1, not quite getting the kill yet. Can they find a second shot? Yes, they can, getting the kill there. So the trades are still going okay, but the M110 starting to make it more difficult, and the point situation is now in winning condition for Dudayev. So yeah, Trisco needs to push it harder. There is a massive advantage of units in the south for him, and Trisco hasn't pushed that at all yet. And yeah, M109s have come around. Need to hit here. Obviously, it feels weird to attack with Berlin Command, but the amount of good traits that they got out of this here, the good Nighthawks, the good use of their carriers, and great traits with the tanks as well. The good mix of tanks that you get as Berlin Command. It's not a high number of units that you get there, but the mix of AMX-30s, Chieftains, and M1 IPs, especially since the M1 IP and the buff is in a decent spot to give you some room to maneuver here. And now Berlin Command here is slowly pushing forward. Marder attacking from the side, but that can be dealt with. I like the smoke walls. Berlin rifles is something that you can't move close with your vehicles. They have low 80s. They're just gonna annihilate you. You have Humvees behind it for everything that moves through the smoke wall as well. M1 IP moving around. Units try to engage it there. Humvee is ready. So yeah, these trades will likely go well again for Trisco. But getting this zone alone won't win him the game. He needs to get another zone. So he needs to make these great trades into achievements elsewhere on the map. M1 IP needs to smoke off. Isn't smoking off right now. Leo 2A3 nearly gets the kill there. Smokes off itself though now. So the M1 IP can stick around for a slight bit longer. Still fighting. I'm not sure. Yeah, smokes off now. Trisco finally realizes it, and I'm so surprised that Trisco hasn't done any moves in the south, especially considering that they have the Nighthawk. So you wanna force enemy units to come out into the open, come out away from their air defense, and then just Nighthawk them. Nighthawk out again, and the more open battles there are, the more open maneuvering of enemy Leo 2A3s or so there is, the better for the Nighthawk, because they can find them, and they can just drop a bomb on them and kill them. And even if you lose the Nighthawk at this stage, this is not the end of the world. Fallschirmjäger Führer, not a worthwhile target here, to be honest. Gets the kill though, nothing spots the Nighthawk. Nighthawk on the way out now. Tornadoes can't chase, so Nighthawk this does find the value. Chieftain gets in. Big question is just where to find the other points yet now for Trisco. I think X-Ray is still open enough, but Oscar actually is the easier thing to achieve here, especially considering the Nighthawks.
Yeah, the artillery for Trisco has kept that tower clear of Milan 2s at least, but there is a bunch of like defense in depth with the Milan 2s. Most of them that are on board here are not visible, are not even in firing positions, and I think Dudayev is kind of purposefully doing this to maybe if the enemy does like an overextension, then the Milan 2s can peek out and punish this. And considering how much there's just massing cheap armor, basically all the armor that you can get outside of the chieftains for Berlin Command is being ordered to move up here. And the AMX-30s, they work very well against soft targets. They have the autocannon for 1,500 meter range, where they do even more damage. But even, for an 85-point unit, this is like we're talking T55 price levels here. It's not that bad. And of course, as long as Dudayev doesn't put them into tank battles. And Dudayev's reinforcements are there's an AT plane now. There is another cheap tank coming up. The tanks might actually kind of be running out, but the cheap tanks might be. But also another Leopard 2A3, and with an extra PAR 1 long range AT missile helicopter. This will also be just one of those things that is going to keep Trisco still. It's gonna immobilize Trisco and force them into bad engagements, because they really can't leave this area. It's very unrealistic to move the tanks back and get them to do a pincer attack onto X-ray or something. So the helicopter is just gonna be able to, as we can see right now, get some free damage against the French tanks. The French tanks do have smoke, but not popping it yet.
Yeah, MX-30B there in trouble. Gets out alive for now. Hot one. Gets shut down by the Mistrals. Great manpads there. Manpads situation in the Berlin Command is pretty good. All the other AA is rather mediocre, but it was good enough to kill the Tornado AT as well. So Dudayev is trading terribly here right now. Like, this is not how Dudayev wins this game. Dudayev is just winning by keeping the current status quo alive, and that actually might work out here, as it's going to be so hard to push India. Just like we have talked about in a couple of the last games about pushes towards Bravo, India is equally unreachable in a normal game. There are a couple of wild games where this map gets split in a weird situation where both sides continue losing units from the get-go and rush in the early game, where India can fall sometime, but just with a normal push, this forest is hard to get through. The enemy has super close reinforcement roads, whilst you have insanely long ones towards India. So this push here of Trisco, it seems potentially doable, but it's going to be so tough. And yeah, Leos and Marder's already rotating north. If you get the high rise and maybe get an AT jam into that might make it easier. Light rifles currently coming around. Get it to unload before they get shot up, so that's a decent start at least for Trisco. Consequently is here on the side.
There's a Measure here. It could immediately ruin this plan.
Yeah, it doesn't find a good angle yet. Here 105's coming along. Okay, it has a good angle now. The units below it, the tanks might just get stunned down by it as well. They don't get killed by it, but only one light rifle falling, the other's dodging, and so much AA up there in the forest. So the Metzek once more falling. Once more Dudayev, not with a cost-efficient tank engagement. So this move of Trisco maybe might move out, but he's also setting himself up for so many flanks for attacks onto his supply road into this whole scenario. Your 105s will try to take cover over the river. There is enough AA around, so that situation is likely not going to work out. But Marder's attacking the pivots, and now the M1IP is in trouble, gets stunned down. The Harrier does a decent job. M1IP stays alive for now. Leo 2A3 versus the MX-30 will have a great time. They can't do more than 1 damage per hit there. The M1IP is the big issue there. Nighthawk now coming along again as well. Second Nighthawk comes in, strikes the Eyehawk. So, okay, I think Trisco has achieved enough cost-efficient trades here now. That Berlin command actually might do it. First MX-30 goes down in the north, but the M1IP still around. More Leo 1A1s trying to rush in there. As the Nighthawk, okay, bombs the Leo 2A3 now. The AA situation has been broken. Dudayev doesn't have any more Eyehawks, doesn't have enough fighters because he squandered some against the Harriers early on. And Trisco might just grind his way into India here at all by just complete annihilation of the enemy. This is
Yeah, it's
a really weird game, but it's a successful execution.
Yeah, is Trisco actually going to achieve the impossible? I'm like racing through my mind thinking, has anybody ever actually like done an honest attack and conquered India? I've seen this happen in ranked. I've done this on ranked, but it's never been like a straight up
Yeah,
facing down
the
the
last
enemy and pushing this.
the last time it was done, it was by the East Indian Company, and that was not honest at all. So
Yeah.
AMX-30s and M1IP here pushing forward versus the Striker, and the AMX-30s trying to get in there. Conquering India is never easy, so really job well done by Trisco. And the push here is seemingly working out. 11 minutes remaining, and I don't think Dudayev can stop this anymore. Leo 1A1's coming around, but he doesn't have the force. He lost all his planes as well. He's trying with a counterattack in the center and in the south now, but that's where Trisco has enough forces now. All the great trades here now really paying off, and yeah, the only thing that could really stop this now is some kills onto the CVs. If something can kill this Chieftain CV here, that could maybe still stop that. The M110 is currently not firing though. Like if that focus fires down the Chieftain, that would be great. The Striker is still in range, but they are in gun range now as well. Get a hit here against the Chieftain. If both of them would have found a hit, that would have been a kill. So the Chieftain here in a bit of trouble. Able to move in now. The Leo 2A3 is moving in numbers. There's a Leo 2A3 leader at least as well, so Trisco is not fully out of it yet, but as Dudayev also moved out of his good position in the center, that now should be pushable for Trisco as well. So even if India isn't the one that changes the game completely, it still is going to be a push towards X-Ray.
Yeah, Dudayev's reinforcements are now 3 Leopard 2s, which makes me think, where have these units been for the last few minutes? The Legion tank getting taken out, and now Trisco buying out just more units and routing them up here. The Hell Arms might be the thing that finally breaks Judaia's back. The PA-1 helicopters were obviously Judaia's plan, as they always are, you know, countering deep armored pushes. But the PVADs just worked out so well repeatedly, and Dudayev was not careful enough and did not have the understanding of where the PVADs were, what the PVADs' raids were going to be, and all of those helicopters were just wasted away. And now there are no Gepards, there are no man pads, no planes to stop these Ito Hell Arms from pushing these Leopards back. And okay, now here we have it. F-16s going against.
The Harriers get pushed
to
back.
Drive away.
But the Tornadoes
Driving
and the
away.
F-16 is pushed back, yeah. And Lighthawks coming in around as well. They have line of sight on the Leo 2A3. The Leo 2A3 does smoke. Does it smoke in time? It might have smoked in time to at least keep staying alive for now. The Nighthawk, I think, just shot one into the dark. And yeah, that one actually doesn't have any traction at all. Just falls into the ground. So Leo 2A3 can move into the corner there. It's still winning territory here for Dudayev right now. One Leo 2A3 gets annihilated behind it though. Second one likely is going to fall to the second Nighthawk. Yeah, 2 Leo 2A3s down. And that was what was supposed to hold that rear point. The M110's not going to be enough. The Gepard is going to be helpful. Sultan is going to be helpful. Is Dudayev still holding on here? It's 8 minutes. I think that's just a bit too much. If it would be 2-3 minutes, I feel like there would be a shot to just holding on to India. But there is just a bit too much time still remaining for Trisco to find us out. The Nighthawks will come around one more time, and he still could pivot somewhere else. Like, Dudayev has lost a couple more units in the south. It is an overwhelming amount of numbers there for Trisco. Trisco still has a decent amount of forces behind all of this that also could pivot towards X-Ray. That would be a bit harder, but with planes, absolutely doable. And yeah, the Hell Arms now starting to fire in the north. There is a Gepard, but the Gepard has to smoke and has to really micro through the smoke like a god to actually get the kill against 4 Hell Arms here. The Hell Arms could also just land. They're not no, they are landing here. This is the right way to do this. And the CV of Trisco is getting in. It gets a +2. It just can sit in the smoke next to the Berlin light rifles. light rifles, normal ones so far. All Berlin rifles should come up there.
Yeah, the old fashioned the smoke corner trick here is more than enough to get the points up, and Dudayev has not aimed their artillery when the smoke started coming. That's when the artillery should have started aiming at there to maybe
only
kill the
doing that
Humvees.
now. Jäger Aufklärers might find it through the smoke though, as the smoke isn't clapped here. The smoke didn't drop constantly, and that means that the Jäger Aufklärer actually can push this. Panzerfaust shooting, gets the kill. Oh, it's still draw territory. Where's the next civvy? Is there civvy? Please, Crisco, don't get a draw here. It's draw territory. Dudayev has
No, the leopard is not inside the zone. The leopard's outside the zone. It's not captured. Oh no.
Okay, it's moving back in now. It's getting the capture now. It's behind draw territory. Dudayev would not get the win in this series, but at least would get a 1-3 loss out of this at this stage. Is India still one continent or subcontinent too far here? As M1 IPs and Berlin rifles pushing in. I still feel like Oscar would have been so much easier to capture. But yeah, Trisco hasn't moved there at all. Trisco is all in on that northern zone. And we have 4 M1 IPs running down on it, followed up by a chieftain. So unless something snipes the chieftain, I think this is going to be it. This has to be it. The one M110 is aiming. The second one, still reloading, should aim up on that corner immediately as well. We have a couple of Zwillinge and a couple of Panzergrenadiers and Martyrs moving through the northern zone. More Pioneer Carl Gustavs. Should move towards India as well. Dudayev is moving everything in that they can. The MR10 starts to be annoying. Next smoke salvo comes out though. That's where now the MR10s should aim on that corner again. That goddamn corner. Pioneers moving around. Panzer Grenadiers moving frontally into M1 IP. If they hit enough shots, they actually can kill it, but it will take a lot of their shots. They only deal 1 damage per hit. M110's not aiming right now, and the chieftain gets back into it. It needs 2 minutes here of that +2 to win, 1 minute of a +4 to win. And the Leo 2A3 now gets revealed. BO105 helps out, stunning down the M1 IP, so the Leo 2A3 likely will survive a bit longer. Pioneer running on top of the chieftain, realizing that can't be killed by the Pioneer. BO105 trying to help out against the M1 IP in the north. Leo 2A3 running into the Berlin rifles! And it goes down. M109's trying to help out. Nighthawks coming around. The +4 is going to happen. And we finally see India fall.
Yeah, so Trisco joining in on with the Mongols and the Persians and arguably the Mughals as well as the conquerors of India, but the honest conquerors of India. We don't count the British because they used like a bunch of weird ass stuff and numbers to do that. So I say crucial massive mistake from Dudayev was not positioning supply next to the Eyehawks. The Eyehawks, first of all, didn't get the best hits anyways, wasting their shots against the Harriers, and then after that 3 shots salvo was fired off, the Nighthawks came in completely safely, flew around, got the kill. And just a little bit more on paying attention with that, not allowing that gap to build up, and maybe the Leopard 2s in the end stages of the game would not have been so easily eliminated. Also, like there was a little bit of panic buying from Dudayev, kind of justifiably, I would say, where instead of buying 1 Gepard and 2 Leopards, which is safe from the Hell Arm attack, they buy the Gepards and the Leopards separately, meaning that the enemy who has combined arms can maneuver around this and engage them properly anytime they want. But wow, what a game. What a game. I didn't think he could do it. I didn't think Trisco could do it. And I think Dudayev probably felt something similar.
Yeah, a job well done now. And really well done game here by Trisco, cleaning it up there. But Yeah, did I have fighting on for life there? I think it wasn't like the early game wasn't great. The fight for India was awesome though. Second Panzer Grenadier there, overextending a couple of times. So also, yeah, just punishing the lack of forces a bit in the north, and then always getting to have to overstep just slightly and punishing that, and then grinding on and on. And then the Nighthawks, they weren't super oppressive in the early game, but they just were kept alive, and that was the key part there. All the fighters, all the F-16s, and the the British, what are they called again? I'm completely blanking on the plane name. Tornadoes.
Right.
No, the British Tornadoes being hold back, and yeah, that allows the Nighthawks to just get a couple of kills, and the Leo 23 kills in the end, completely killing the deal there. And M1IPs actually, yeah, they were 0 vet, and as you said, they are only good on the defense, and Dive wasn't really in any position to attack, but he somehow still did it and gave them the value. Like, they did defensive play, even though it was Trisco behind in points, and the Dive kind of gave it away with a couple of moves after he got ahead in points in the north, allowing Trisco to get enough force there to push through and get the game turned, and with that, get a win here in this match.
Yeah, I was looking a lot about the M1 IP play because it is such a crucial unit, and putting it on 0 vet is interesting and risky. But basically, like, Trisco's front line was so powerful, and there were so many supporting units, supporting tanks, supporting ATGMs, that when the IP Abramses started getting shot and immediately losing their cohesion, which was pretty often, the Trisco was always on the ball with the smokes, always on the ball, not always, but basically always on the ball about retreating. And also Trisco, like, having the IPs around, and the IPs themselves being pretty maneuverable and fast units, they could hang back and wait for soft targets like Martyrs or Leopard 1s to show themselves, and then they could get the few shots off at 0 vet before Dudaya's forces would counter and then push them down. So that's probably the exactly the way you want to be doing those engagements, even though I would still have personally preferred to play them with the vet 1, because then you can get like 2 tanks together and actually punch through something. And I think Dudayev had a lot of defense in depth against the tanks, but they were just in the wrong places. That was, I mean, do you really blame him? Nobody pushes India. There's a reason nobody pushes India. But, this is what happens.
Yeah, and jump well done by Trisco. And with that, we can have a look into Division 3's group stage as well. And unfortunately, Trisco can't make it out anymore, though. We just got the results out of the next game they played, and Mike did win against them. Trisco still could win against Sugrex, but as Mike got one draw in this loss against Luke, and Trisco just lost his 0-2. So it's a 1-3 loss here for Mike. Mike has 11 points, and Trisco can maximum reach 10 points now. And that means Mike will move on together with Luke here. We still have a couple of other groups that we have to decide on. But yeah, the Group B, we will have to figure out what exactly is going to happen there. Group A, Ludi and Fatkid will move on. Group D, or Acceleration and Sir Skull will move on. And yeah, we're looking forward to the playoffs here. We're gonna have a stream checking out all the stats of WARNO League group stage on Tuesday. So be around for that, guys. Gonna be exciting. And yeah, I'm pretty excited for all of the playoffs here. Division 4, we're gonna have a look on there then as well. A couple of groups there to be finalized as well. And I'm really happy with how WARNO League Season 5 has developed so far. The new pick and ban stuff is really cool, and we will have that for the playoffs obviously as well. There, it could even potentially come to direct mirror matches. We just tested it, as the last pick here is going to be a blind pick, so there is not going to be an advantage for anybody in the last map, and that is, I think, a nice rule change compared to the previous seasons as well. We're only going to do it for the last game, so that the chances of complete mirror matches are limited for that one. And if that is a complete mirror match, that is, I think, a fair equal game as well. So if it happens there in the last game, that's good too. And yeah, best of 3 and best of 5 coming in there in the playoffs. I'm super excited. I hope you guys are as well.
Yeah, Protos, I'm gonna quit here in just a minute early because of Finnish alcohol prohibition legislation hitting at 9 o'clock. But before I leave, I want to point out that Dudayev actually is in YouTube chat, and Dudayev's comment is that he really did think he was winning until he wasn't, and Trisco's attack also just like completely was unexpected for him. And I think it's justifiable. I mean, your enemy does the tactic of picking Berlin command, thus automatically making you think that you're in a better position than you necessarily are. Like the overconfidence builder. Overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer, as we should all know. And there is no place where I'm more overconfident than playing a decent and versatile division against Berlin command, personally.
Yeah. So GGVP here, guys. We're gonna have more WARNO coming to you tonight as well.
Bye-bye.
In 1.5 hours. Bye-bye. And yeah, in 1.5 hours, we're gonna continue our campaign in the multiplayer Army General over with all the other guys. So that's gonna be fun as well. Yeah. So check out back here in 1.5 hours. Take the time maybe for eating dinner, just like I will do. We'll do a bit of sports, we'll do a bit of dinner, and then we're gonna be back with Immers, Vampiro, and Atakavar for our Southec Army General multiplayer campaign. Pretty excited for that. It has been great fun so far. I'm really happy with how different it plays to the other ones, thanks to the force compositions that you get there with the French and the Czechoslovaks. And yeah, excited for continuing that. See you all there later tonight or on Tuesday for a bit of a stats analyzation, seeing what division did how well in the group stage so far. And yep, going to end the stream here for now.